Ladies and gentlemen, Diamond Podcasting Productions presents The Shoot, a pro wrestling podcast, with your hosts, Dan Burke and Drew McKenzie.
Last week, of course, we were dealing with daylight savings, and this past weekend, we had to deal with the haze of St. Patrick's Day, especially up here in the great state, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Good evening, everybody. It's The Shoot here on Diamond Podcast Productions. I am your host, Daniel Burke, and I am with Mac, of course. Are you still feeling the effects from the bender that you went through on St. Patrick's Day?
Oh, shit. I don't have my prop beer ready to open right now. It's funny you ask, because I was thinking, like, I'm kind of thirsty. I got Taco Bell for dinner, so I could rush through and get ready, and I still wasn't prepared in time. I'm sorry, I love you.
I haven't had Taco Bell in so long, so you're just mentioning Taco Bell and saying I was just having it before the show. It's like, you brutal asshole. Like, it's just...
Well then, tell me how you really feel. Damn.
No, I'm just saying, it's been a long time since I've had Taco Bell. And I understand, and the funny part is that 20 years ago, because we've known each other, folks, for over 20 years, I used to hate Taco Bell. And then their food got a lot better in the last 15 years. It's like every time I can get Taco Bell, it's like, yes, I'll have Taco Bell. Thank you. But I live in a town that does not have Taco Bell. So being able to get it is few and far between, because getting Taco Bell and then having to drive 20 minutes home.
Yeah, I was going to say, where's the nearest one to you? 20, 25 minutes?
About 20 to 25 minutes from the house. So by the time it gets to the house, it's just going to be crap.
Shit, yeah.
Like, it's just going to literally, it's just, forget about it.
Yeah, like, no hard tacos for you, buddy.
No, forget it. Like, and I love the Duro. Yep, no matter what. Might as well just make my own at this fucking point. And I was promised myself, I'm like, I'm not going to try to swear the first few minutes, because my parents could be listening. And the last thing I would hate to do is disappoint them every time I'm on a program and I'm just throwing around the F word like it's nobody's business.
Just remember, you're the one that said every time, not me.
Yes, it's not you. Like,
it absolutely is me too, though.
Yes,
it's a little bit of both.
I want to try at least somewhat in my own, and I'm not making fun of you, and I'm not saying that you should either, because I'd hate to censor my friends. It's just stupid. I'd never do that. But I am trying to be more self-conscious, at least about the first few minutes, swearing and being like completely over the top. But then you just brought up the Taco Bell thing, and I was just like, I need to speak the way that I speak naturally about this, because it bothers me so much, the fact that I live in a town that does not have a Taco Bell. It's not just me, it's also my lovely Stephanie, who I live with, who, goddamn, feels the exact same way.
Well, I mean, dude, where she used to live, the Taco Bell is like 3 minutes away.
Right around the corner.
Yeah. So she
had like a Sonic too. Because Sonic, they're
after. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff down there, man.
But after 8 o'clock, it's like you can go. It's happy hour. The shakes and the slushies are half price. I mean, I'd be a hell of a lot worse off than I already am with my health. But so I'm happy for at least that part of it. But the convenience factor. I mean, at least and considering that this comes out Friday every week, Friday, Saturday, you still have a couple of days. If the national promotion that's going on right now with Domino's Pizza, you can get half price off all regular and menu price pizzas at this time. if you order online for carryout.
Sponsor us, Domino's. Sponsor us.
Exactly. Domino, because we won't have someone slicing their foreheads open while an ad is playing for you. Like that, we won't do that to you, Domino's. We've always been constant supporters of you for over 20 years.
I love the cheesy bread, Domino's.
The cheesy bread. I love and the goddamn lava crunch cakes.
I was gonna say, God. I don't think I've met something at Domino's that I didn't like. I like those buffalo kicker things.
Yep.
I like the bread bowl occasionally with the pasta. I love the cheesy bread, like I said. It just like a lot of that food, it's not good for me, but god damn, is it tasty.
It really is. And it's just, and I understand someone, because there's a lot of people that would be like, Domino's is like trash. It's like, yes, I understand you might think it's trash, and I understand you could probably put it in the same category as McDonald's, but at least it's more edible than McDonald's. And on top of that, they're not Pizza Hut.
I would have gone with Papa John's personally, but
Papa John's.
But yeah.
But some people love the garlic butter sauce, so it's like
they're called heathens, is what they're called. I love how like 5 minutes into this episode we're already making enemies. Oh,
exactly. We're making enemies of national food chains. Like that's the problem here. We're making enemies of national food chains.
Except
even though
Domino's.
Papa John's,
we love you, Domino's.
Except Domino, we love you, and Taco Bell. We've talked very glowingly about Taco Bell and Domino's, and everybody else, it's like, ugh.
I will say one more just because I like their social media account more than I like the food, but the food is not bad either. Is Wendy's.
Well, that's right, motherfucker. You better say goddamn good things about goddamn Wendy's.
That I was waiting for that too.
Cheese.
I was like, I'm
double onions,
Wendy's.
double mayo. Goddamn. Got me angry, and now I want a Baconator. With a Sprite. Give me a Sprite. Wash that down with a good Sprite. It's good.
I love how I just had Taco Bell. I'm hungry again now because we're talking about this.
I had baked ziti tonight, the homemade baked ziti, because I was smart.
It was everybody was out. I needed something quick because I had to come back and do all this, obviously. So I was like, all right, I already started it. Most of the time was taken on, I should say. It was really like one of the slides for like the ranking of WrestleManias and stuff. Because I should have gone that route earlier. I should have asked you earlier what we wanted to talk about.
Yeah,
but
literally, like this week was one of those weeks where I just came into this and I was just like, yeah, fuck it, I'll riff. I've done this before.
Yeah,
like I've just been able to go into this. We know what we're talking about. Nope. Like I have that ability, where it's like I can just keep going and going. And if you listen to every episode of the show, you know where this thing goes. I can start off at home plate at Fenway Park and then end up in Worcester in the bullpen, just with my conversations. Like we're just going and completely. We're supposed to be talking about this, and now we're all the way over here. Yes, it happens on this program.
Yeah, it's like, wait, what are you talking about now? Oh man.
All of a sudden, Alf is sitting here just having a conversation with me, and everybody's just like, where the fuck is this? What? Have you... another question that I need to ask
sure.
Before we get general discussion on this, because it's not on the docket. How far along are you with WWE 2K24? Have you done any playing as of late? Because I know you have been extremely busy.
I have. I've for sure been busy. It's been a week. So for those that don't know, I'm from Massachusetts. I live on Long Island, but currently I'm in Massachusetts again to kind of deal with some stuff up here, both personally and obviously more personally, and I'm just not going to get into it. However, to your question, I did actually put in some playtime yesterday. I tried to create a character, but my god, is that a process? It is just a process. So I started that after I had done the first few matches in showcase mode. So for those that watched the show a couple weeks ago, I horribly tried to play the first one, which was Macho Man Randy Savage versus Ricky the Dragon Steamboat at WrestleMania 3. The second one is Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant at WrestleMania 3. And I was able to get through both of those a lot better than I did the first time I tried it. It still is annoying, and I think partially that's because I'm playing on PC, and every time it tells you to press something, the button looks different than what it looks like on my controller.
Right.
So I'm going to have to go into the settings at some point and see if I can change that. It might be a Steam setting, I don't know. But other than that glaring BS, I'll say, I do enjoy Showcase Mode. It is more or less exactly how you described it when we were talking about it a couple weeks ago. And I definitely love it. I hate that it's Corey Graves' voice, but beggars can't be choosers.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. I remember him a couple of years ago when he was he was the internet darling at one point. And then there just seemed to be a bit of a turn at some point where people were just like, oh, I can't stand him. I like Corey.
Listen, he's good at his job. Don't get me wrong.
He's great at his job. He's great at his job.
I'm in that percentile where I just still can't stand him. I'm objectively waiting for that to change, however, with his, I don't want to say new role, but his role on SmackDown now changing from color to play-by-play will probably loosen me up to him a little bit.
Yes.
I'm a little surprised, however, with that matchup with him and Wade Barrett, because it's definitely not the same. It's definitely not the same.
Cole can just work with anybody, I guess.
I think you're right. Yeah.
He's at that point, especially that he's not, ever since he doesn't have someone yelling at him in the headset.
Yep.
Jesus. He's just a completely different person, completely different entity. And I perish the thought of how I would have liked him maybe 10 or 15 years earlier had he had the shackles off. And he was able to just, instead of me thinking he's Jim Ross's replacement, and I wasn't ready to get rid of Jim Ross at a certain point. It bothers me that one of the greatest announcers in the history of not only professional wrestling but in sports, period, was always treated and thought as an afterthought. They were always looking for a reason to replace him. They were always looking for a reason to knock him down a peg. And the amount of times that he just kept going back to the company, going back. He knew he was going to be made a fool of, but he kept going back. And it was just like so rough to watch. And I think that kind of led to a lot of negativity that I had with Michael Cole for so long, because it's like, oh, you're the guy that's blocking the greatest announcer ever in the history of the industry to not be doing it again. And you're just a puppet for the machine. And the last couple of years, however, has changed my perspective completely. And that's nothing with Jim Ross at all. I still love Jim. It's hard for me not to.
Yeah, I don't
I love Jim,
but I want to ask about your thoughts about him in AEW then?
I think it's just obviously he's doing it because he loves it, but I think at the same time, I don't know if that product is his cup of tea.
Well, I
So
could definitely
don't
agree with that. Yeah.
I don't know if he takes it as seriously as he did when he was in the WWF and when he was in WCW. That man knew shit. Like it looked like that he was looking at like scouting reports that didn't fucking exist because it's the wrestling business. Like they just didn't exist. But he created a backstory. You knew who everybody was. You knew if they were an athlete. You know who they were training. Like he knew it all, and he called the shit. He called the actual wrestling moves. That's why Vince always tried to replace him, and that's why Kevin Dunn always knocked him because it was just like he's just a wrestling announcer. He's not a wrestling announcer. He is a wrestling announcer. It's like no, he is a like. When Mankind got thrown off the cell, and that may have been some of the greatest announcing work. And like, you could put that matchup, Taker and Mankind at King of the Ring '98, as if you put that up with some of the best calls in the history of sports, I don't think many people would argue. You can put that in the category of Havlicek stole the ball, and put that in the category of the shot where Jordan against Cleveland and the one against Utah. All these moments that people remember the sound bites. You don't have to see it. You just have to hear it. You know what they're talking about. Ross saying, my God, he's broken in half. People automatically would know. And anybody, that could be anybody in a bar, anybody in the country, they would automatically know they'd be talking about Hell in a Cell. Because that match has lived in the lexicon and the mindsets of people. And that's why with like the bar setting that they have done now with everything with everything, they always try to raise the bar now with dives and people getting thrown off higher and higher things. That, because there were so many instances in that match where someone could have died. And this was also 1998 where the thought process was just, yeah, fuck it. You know, like,
Yeah. It's funny you mentioned the those things about hearing it, right? Because in our area, in the Massachusetts area, New England area, it was Gino Capoletti saying, "Get the duck boats ready."
yep,
So
that was a good one.
yeah, absolutely. And like, listen, like that's still played a lot, and especially in this area. But it's a good point because there was a point in the late '90s, early 2000s where they were trying to get him out. I always thought it was
Multiple times.
Oh yeah,
It was multiple times over the years.
I always thought it was the face of radio kind of motif where he had a great voice, but it wasn't the look they were looking for. And it's funny because every time you hear JR angry, you remember Triple H too.
Oh God.
Like, especially during that
Attitude
area. That son of a bitch, why? Tell me why! Oh, man.
And I used to make fun of Jim quite a bit. I made a lot of comments, but it was more of an endearing factor because he's the best ever in the history of the industry.
Absolutely.
It's not even close. It's not even close. And I love Gorilla Monsoon too. Monsoon's up there. But Monsoon wasn't someone us of Monsoon came up with his own vernacular. Like, I never heard anybody say, "I was shot to the breadbasket." It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I remember that shit. That shit was hilarious. He got
And
him in the
then,
breadbasket. Like, wait, what?
and then, the famous, one of my favorite lines. Oh, it was just like, it would be not Yokozuna, but a Japanese wrestler against like Hulk Hogan or something, and it would be like, "Oh, Pearl Harbor job there." It's like, "Oh, Jesus Christ, gorilla!"
Yeah, man, they would never get away with some of that shit these days. Back then,
I was watching a Mike Tyson broadcast of the Michael Spinks fight, and it was when they were talking about like Tyson's record at the time, and it was just like 37-0 or something. Larry Merchant chimes in. This is an HBO broadcast. Larry Merchant says, and he's just like, and that doesn't include recent bouts with his wife and manager. And this is 1988. And if he said that now, he would have been immediately fired. He would have been shown the door immediately. If Joe Rogan said that about John Jones with any of his instances currently, he would have been shown the door.
Oh.
But in 1988, Larry Merchant, that doesn't include bouts with his wife and manager recently. I could not believe that. I almost fell on the floor. And it just also shows how, like, because he had like a run-in. Larry Merchant at one time, he had a run-in with Floyd Mayweather after a fight. And he told Floyd one time, he's just like, if I was 50 years younger, I'd kick your ass. He always, you'd think that you got one on him because as he got older, he got a little like, he wasn't as quick as he once was. Like in the 2000s, the 80s, 90s, he was sharp as a tack. Probably one of the best analysts in boxing you could ever ask for. And in the 2000s, he lost a bit of a step, but that one told Mayweather, just like 50 years younger, I kick your ass. It always makes me laugh. And just hearing that yesterday, I was just almost on the floor because I'm like, there is no way that anybody would get away with that now. No way.
Yeah, no shot. They'd be joining people from 98.5 The Sports Hub in Boston for sensitivity training.
I think it was EI at one point.
Well, it was Tony Mass.
Oh God, I remember that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that industry is completely different. Like now, because
it's funny. So again, like I'm up in Massachusetts. By
the way,
it's all televised now.
I need to state that. I need to state this. Sorry.
Oh God.
Because you admitted that publicly. Because a certain friend of ours listens to the program every week. So if he calls you Boo Rant, I don't want to hear it.
I'm not here next week. I'm back in New York next week. That's no bullshit. I have to be on site next week, so I'm gonna be down there probably a good chunk of the week. But anyways, other than Boo Rant stuff, it's so 98.5 The Sports Hub is the local sports channel in the Boston area, and it's also televised. I believe it's on NBC Sportsnet or whatever. So it was just randomly on. So I was like, oh, I'll watch it, and Felger got old.
Yeah,
Felger looks like a grandpa. I almost wanted to be like, dude, where's the cardigan? And it was funny. I did not miss him when there was a bad phone from one of the callers because, oh my God, I could hear it and I just look over and he's making the face and shaking his head. I was like, oh man. And Tony Bass, was obviously, for those that don't know, is not on today. If you're or whatever you watch, if you're in the Boston area, so I thought that was pretty funny too. But it was surprising to see Big Jim still in the same position that he's been in for the past couple of years.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get the morning show with Toucher. I thought he was going to.
I thought it was too. Who got that?
But
again?
Hardy.
Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure. It doesn't surprise me.
Look, I loved Hardy when he was on BCN, so it was like,
that's why it didn't surprise me. They'd known each other for years.
Yeah, I hated for him and Rich to break up, but like
that was like Opie and Anthony level breakup, honestly.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was. I don't know who's at fault, other than
both.
It definitely.
I think it's like 60-40, Fred.
You might have to put Rich to blame too, only because the fact that he hasn't talked to Wallach, he hasn't talked to Rich, he hasn't talked to Fred, and he hasn't talked to
John Wallach.
I think so he doesn't talk to those guys. So Fred, I understand, because obviously there was a problem with Fred.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Fred's gone through some personal shit, and that's no fault of his own. It happens.
I'm not going to say it's his fault, but I think that people have tried to help him in the past, and he wouldn't accept it. So, in that regard, I get it, and I don't want to, flip that script, given that I know what his issues were, and we're not really going to discuss those. But I think he should have sought help a little bit sooner than he did. But that's just my opinion.
Fair. I mean, that's fair. But I think a lot of those times in those situations, sometimes it's like you can't. They'll figure it out or they won't. And I think that kind of is what happened to him. From what I understand with Rich, he didn't like the nastiness that sports radio kind of was under. So at least from like the callers of it. So he might have wanted to just go back working back to a music station or something of that nature. I don't know. Even though going back to music and radio, why?
I mean, unless you're part of a talk show on those channels.
Yeah,
like
unless you're doing mornings, yeah.
Exactly.
But that's like if you're on Kiss 108, okay, that's a spot. Maddie was there for years. I don't know who the guy is over there now.
Oh, I have no idea. Yeah. Oh, I know.
That shows you how I'm pretty much just kind of checked out as far as some of the FM is concerned. At least, and I feel like that Fred and I feel like Toucher and Hardy, they've kind of just run unopposed, because when EI has Greg Hill, he ain't gonna Greg Hill.
Well, listen, like to your point, it's
the fucking
like,
Hill man. Shut up.
To your point, though, like Toucher and Rich were unopposed for years, pretty much. Anyways,
yep,
they were number one in the market for a number of years. And
Rich could have left, and they probably still are going to do well in the books.
Yeah, I can't imagine they won't. Yeah,
yeah, it's just because Fred is very entertaining. I like Fred a lot, and I like Hardy a lot. So I think it's a really good combination. I'm surprised Jim Murray didn't get that spot, just because he seems to be, but I guess he wants to just be third chair. I mean, it's successful, fine, but I don't know. You want to. You don't want to be third chair for too long.
Well, that's why I'm saying it.
It's just you don't, and it's just, and Hardy kind of waited his time, but also Hardy also did weekend shows too, like he was out there. He did other things, and also he was with BCN for years. So he kind of just hung around, and he got his spot. But I would have thought Murray would have gotten that open to him only because the fact that, he kind of fits that motif as far as someone that would be in Morning Drive. And he didn't take it. And I'm surprised they didn't do a switch either and just get Felger and Maz to do mornings. Because those guys, you can make the argument that Felger and Maz are behind Toucher and Rich or / Hardy are probably the even more anything on EEI can't touch them. Yeah, EEI cannot touch anybody in those two spots. It's literally impossible. And I really defy, because the only sports radio host other than those guys I think that were known nationally was Mike Francesa, and he's been retired for years. Yeah. And I know Michael Kay does ESPN in New York, so could put Michael Kay in that category. But as far as anybody else in the country, Felger and Maz are like probably the I think guys in Afternoon Drive in that spot. So.
Yeah, I don't think anybody touches them. Even like geographically speaking, like the Northeast, you could make whatever argument you want for like WFAN. That would have been Francesa's time slot, the same time slot that they have really in the afternoons, but he's not there anymore.
Going to bed.
Good night, Steph.
Good night, honey. You hit me with a fish, I think. Is it a fish? You hit me with the fish.
She assaulted you?
Yeah, it's a fish. It's the fish for the cat. I got assaulted by a toy fish.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night. But yeah, I don't think anybody really touches them in terms of the afternoon drive. Even in a regional aspect, I don't think anybody touches them. And for the people that have the local networks that you guys have up here with the NBC. I forget the name of it, whatever NBC it is. I know
sports. It's
sports
NBC,
something.
Yeah,
it's a Comcast channel for sports in New England, basically.
The RSN, which is something that's that's an interesting model too. That's not exactly doing well in other parts of like Boston and the NBC won, and then of course the Red Sox have Nesson with the Bruins.
Yep.
But I don't know if you've followed what's gone on with Bally's Sports RSNs and some of the other RSNs.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of the ones they're having problems making payments to certain NBA teams, certain NHL teams, and also mostly Major League Baseball teams.
Yeah.
And this is where a lot of them are making their revenue of $100 and something, $200 million a year, and they're not getting paid. So they're in the midst of restructuring, which is also causing why a lot of these teams are not spending a lot of money because they're not getting paid from their RSNs. There's RSNs that are also just completely going off overnight. Like in Arizona, they had to completely shut down.
Yeah.
Warner Media is getting out of the regional sports business as well. So the only one that's really doing well is like the NBC one. But as people are cutting cords, the problem is that you're paying that they're starting up their own streaming services and they're charging like $20 a month when if you want, you can get ESPN Plus and be able to watch any out of market NHL game.
How do you think I watch the Bruins when I'm down in New York?
Exactly.
And the Celtics.
Exactly.
Celtics, they have the NBA games too in a lot of cases. To your point, however, I can't watch like the Bruins Actually, I can on ESPN. Usually, it's there. There might be
Yeah.
a few games that are not. However, it's the Red Sox. Red Sox, I can't really get down there, and obviously, Patriots down in New York, I can't get them either unless they're the national game or the regional game playing the Jets or the Giants. Because otherwise, NFL has a huge lock on that. But you are right about the RSNs, and I feel like in some cases, just being in some of these regional areas, like the New York area, like the Boston area, where there are huge sports team followings because of how well those teams have done, and then looking at, like you mentioned, Arizona, where that's just not the case. It's too what I would say sparsely populated in a lot of those areas that carrying those is going to make not only the carrier but the RSN period, whether the carrier be them or the carrier be any other number, like up here we have Nesson, like you mentioned, it's going to make them lose money. At least Nesson is carrying 2 to 3 teams that you could subscribe to, and yeah, it's kind of expensive, but if you want to watch those games, it might be on your local. Otherwise, if it's not, you're paying like $30-$40 a month for it. That's why I won't pay it. That's why I'll just do the ESPN part of the Disney Plus package for like $14 a month.
Considering you're giving the money to John Henry and the
Yeah, there's that too,
and they're not spending any fucking money on the team. Sorry, I'm going to throw an F word in there just because of the fact that
but you're right. You're right too.
It's like, why am I going to give you money if you're not going to put it towards the Red Sox?
Well, here's where I'll end that part of the conversation. I absolutely abhor the Jacobs family, but at least they put money into the team.
At least they're trying actively to try to win a cup this year.
They were last year too, but
they were, but Bruins be Bruins. Well, it's just going to break the points record and get knocked out in the fucking first round.
Speaking of getting knocked out in the first round, I think that's a good segue to maybe getting knocked out on night one. So there was a concert on Friday night, a rock concert.
There was.
I didn't watch this show live. I was so shot from everything last week and from loading up the car, but I caught this, I think, Monday or Tuesday, and I just laughed my ass off. I'm sorry, it was Sunday or Monday because Monday was Raw, and I watched it before Raw. But, oh my god, I was cracking up. I don't know which was funnier, this or his Instagram post after Monday Night Raw last week, where he's like, "Are you fucking kidding me? You're fucking crying? Your answer is you fucking cry? Don't call that dog Pharaoh." I don't know what I like more, his promos on social media or his promos on SmackDown. I just don't know anymore.
He goddamn is he one of the funniest human beings to ever exist when he's on his game, especially as of late. As soon as the hate stopped, as far as you're taking Cody's spot, people I think have come around and just okay. All right, we're back to all right. We can start laughing at him again because he's going to make us completely bust our guts laughing now for the next month and a half.
Do you think it's that or the fact that he is like going full on with the heel aspect of his character?
I think he's having a blast. Number one,
I agree,
and number two, I think it's I think it's just he's giving the people what they want. They want him to be. They're mad at him, so he's just like, all right, fine. I'm just going to give you every reason. But the problem is they're not booing him. It's the opposite effect. They're laughing with him. He's reached a category in this industry, but he reached it anyways. even when he's acting like a heel and he's doing like funny heel things, which is what he's doing, people are still laughing with him and still going to cheer for him. Like when that music, it's a full heel turn when he brings back the music from 2003.
Yeah, the Hollywood
or
Rock.
Hollywood
music.
Rock.
Yeah.
But people weren't yelling at that; they were just cheering along with it because everybody's just like, "Yeah, he brought the music back!" Like because we were cheering for him when he was the Hollywood Rock too. Like we were booing him, but we weren't at the same time because he's in that category of where it's hard to boo him. It's just hard because he's untouchable. You can't. Everything he does has meaning. Everything he has done recently has had meaning, and it's hard to kind of go against the grain on that and be like, oh, no, like hilarious, absolutely a riot.
It was. It's funny. I'm looking up a Bleacher Report right now to get the results from both SmackDown and Raw, and I'll just read a quick excerpt. It's somewhat funny, honestly, because, and I mentioned this last week where it seems like he's going over his segments every time. So this is like the synopsis, really. The synopsis part of that segment. Was it entertaining? Yes, especially if you like The Rock. Did it add anything to the story? No, not really. Did the crowd have fun, though? Yes, definitely. But did it need to be over 20 minutes? Absolutely not. and that's just kind of how it's been going lately with him. Whether you want to talk about the stuff on his social media account where he had one promo, then he deleted it and put another one up, which was longer, or these short ones now, or some of the video memes that are coming out because of that. It's pretty comical stuff, honestly, and the fact that he had two like background singers or whatever, instrumentalists that were out there to help, which is really funny too. I just feel like there needs to be something that's going to happen this Saturday, which we'll talk about on the Raw part of the segment. But there needs to be something to kind of further this along a little bit. But this, where they're still over 2 weeks out, I thought this was a good segue almost, where it was just like, all right, let's bring the humor back into it. It doesn't need to be all doom and gloom. It doesn't have to be, I don't know, like full heel Rock in this instance. We can have a little bit of fun with it. The notable observations from Bleacher Report are also kind of funny. The shirts and vests The Rock has been wearing lately, maybe a callback to his original run in WWE, but they also fit perfect for his egotistical boss gimmick. There are not enough harmonica players anymore, apparently, which is true. The Rock is entertaining, but singing is not his best quality. Yeah, no shit. He's not awful, but he sounds more like your uncle singing karaoke than a guy who supposedly leaded a Disney musical. And The Rock calls himself the final boss. Yeah, we knew that already, thanks. And I'll ask you the question here, too, before I move on, but is it me, or is it like every time we talk about like the final boss, you just think of like a video game character or something like that?
That's the only thing I go to. Like, and the only guy that I've ever considered like the final boss. Well, there's like two or three.
Okay.
Brock.
All right, I can give you that.
The Undertaker.
Okay.
And probably Hogan. Like,
see, I don't even think that. I agree with Hogan though, in the sense of just wrestling itself. For me, I think of Mike Tyson and Mike Tyson Punch-Out.
Oh yeah.
I think of like the Final Fantasy games. I'm not gonna get into that, but that's where my mind goes. I think of other games too, though, like Devil May Cry. I don't really think Assassin's Creed because there really isn't one per se in those games.
Metroid, you know.
Metroid, yeah, Sonic, Super Mario, all those kind of games are kind of where my mind goes every time he starts talking about that he's the final boss. And it's I get it. It's kind of a reference to his TKO standing, but it's just kind of a weird statement to me that a lot of people.
He should just come out with it. Like, he should just come out dressed up like M. Bison. There's the final boss for you,
dude. I want to see that now. You know what? Hold on. We're just gonna Google that real quick.
You said that this was the greatest day of your life. For me, it was only Tuesday.
You know what? Rest in peace, Raul Julia, because
he was fucking fantastic in that.
He absolutely was.
That movie was. I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be.
No, it was bad. No.
Yeah.
No.
Like it.
Dan, you can't save it. It was bad.
But look, you know me. I like bad movies, so I can put it I can scale it and be like, yeah, I actually own the movie on Blu-ray. Completely honest, because Raul Julia's performance is fantastic, and then even bad Jean-Claude Van Damme movies are still somewhat good because you have lines like "Take the hostages out," like you're like fucking shit.
So I Googled it. Okay. Give me a sec and I will show you the side by side, but it's not Bison. It's not Bison. Let me see if I can add to the slide just real quick. And yeah, this is very impromptu and I apologize, but it is just hilarious that we could try to do this real quick. All right, there we go. Okay, let's see if I can add this real quick. I'm just going to name it so I don't can do it later. I'm going to name it Rock LOL because why not? Let's see. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is it right here. Maximize that one. So that is the Rock as Sagat. Oh man. So needless to say, I want to find one of him as Bison, and if I find it, I'll post it on social media on all the shoot accounts and all the Diamond Podcasting production accounts because I think that would be hilarious. But
if we're talking probably Bison, it might have to go to Gunther.
That's true. And if that's the case, then he needs to come out as that for WrestleMania against Sami Zayn.
He just comes out with a hat on with a cape. Everybody's just like, ah!
Dude, that'd be hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, hold on. Did I maybe find it? No, it's still Sagat. Okay, that one was actually a little bit better, but yeah, I think it would be hilarious to do that. You know what I'm thinking actually too is maybe I'll try to put it through an AI thing. See if AI can at least do it and make it somewhat, believable. But it's interesting.
Cody Rhodes is Ken. Fuck you.
Nah, because then Roman Reigns is Ryu, and that's stupid. I'm not gonna go through all of SmackDown because I didn't think, aside from the Rock bit, that it was that great of a show, honestly. I think it had good segments. I think it had some stuff that was just, why are we putting this in there? Like LWO versus LDF, I think at this point should just be a WrestleMania match. They've already fought enough times. That seems like a natural progression. Randy Orton versus Grayson Waller. I think the most entertaining part of this was not even that match, but what happened after with Theory going from stunner to RKO, even if it was incredibly forced to do so. It was very obvious that he forced himself to do that, but and it's funny because, again, looking at Bleacher Report, the way Theory took the stunner and then the RKO looked awesome. I didn't think it looked that great.
I
It was okay. Don't get me wrong.
I think I didn't. It was a try too hard moment, and I can appreciate it. It's like, yeah,
I appreciate the effort.
Well, at least you tried, but like.
There was like a half-second hesitation that I picked up on that I'm just like, had he not hesitated, it wouldn't have been noticeable. Obviously, number one, but number two, I wouldn't have hated it as much. It was a try too hard moment. I think that's the best way to describe it. And
either you sell the stunner with like death, like, and I've seen him. He did it one time to. I think he took it from Austin a couple of years ago, where he sold it.
Funny though.
It was a good sell. It was a really good sell.
He did like the Running Man in the air. It was hilarious.
Like he did a really good sell to it.
Yeah.
The Rock, I always thought did a good sell to it. I thought Scott Hall did a really great sell to it when he just
that was awesome.
It was like a pogo stick. He just went right up.
Yeah.
But I just
even Montez, where he like popped back up and then he did like the fall down. That was pretty good.
That was good. Like if because some guys now they just think it's an honor, so they just take it like they take it so well. Christ, if I was ever in that position where it's just like Austin's going to stun you, it's like whatever you want me to do, I'll do it.
It's funny. It's in one of those like, I don't even know how to describe it, like bad taking of finishers. But the Vince McMahon seizure cell.
I think that was the first time he took it.
I think it was. If not, it was like first 5. I don't remember.
When he just went like he didn't even jump backwards. He just went full forwards.
He went full forward.
It's like, what are you doing?
But it made it funny, man.
It was still a historic moment because that was the first time anybody actually like touched him.
Mm-hmm.
Other than Roddy Piper that one time hitting him with the chair because he thought it was Ric Flair. That was it.
Yeah, I don't even know. It's interesting, this thing, however, that this match is kind of going towards WrestleMania, where it just seems like the stars are going to align with Randy Orton and Logan Paul, but we still have Orton and KO against Waller and Theory. It's kind of a weird build.
I heard it's going to be a triple threat now.
Really?
Yeah. I heard it's going to be Owens, Orton, and Logan Paul.
I mean, that was the speculation that I had, I think, last week even.
Yeah.
That it could be something like that, but I'd be a little bit surprised if they'll do it. We'll have to see. And then it looks like after that was what I have in the top right with AJ Styles and LA Knight finally making that match official. I'm still on the fence about this. Primarily because I don't know if this is going to help or hurt LA Knight. It seems like he's kind of lost the momentum he had going into Crown Jewel, especially. But even before that, really. But a match against AJ, if he wins, could really propel him. But I'm just kind of concerned that they might not have him win that match.
It's tough because I think LA should win, but I also think AJ needs. Problem is, it's AJ Styles.
Yeah, that's
the problem.
Yeah,
it's like he should be winning as much as possible because he's AJ Styles, in my opinion. But LA Knight, he needs a boost. He needs something because I really thought at this point I thought he was going to be challenging for the U.S. title coming into Mania. He's not.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, what are they going to have him do? So it's like this feud with AJ Styles. It literally came out of nowhere. And it's like, oh, it's like, because now I'm concerned how things are going to be after Mania and what the plan is for LA Knight in the next 6 months to a year. Because to me, he's still a fascinating figure. But the problem is, and I'm not agreeing with Meltzer, but Meltzer brought up a good point that with The Rock being back and on television every week, it is taking a little bit of shine off LA Knight. I'm not entirely agreeing with him, but he does have a point. He does have a point.
I think what the comment was trying to say, if it didn't outright say it, is that when you do a side-by-side comparison of LA Knight and The Rock, it's almost like carbon copies.
Yes.
And that's been said even in the past, right? Where people likened him to The Rock.
Kevin Nash has said it.
Yep, Nash has said it.
Which people gave him shit for.
Yep. But it wasn't just him, it was Austin too. They likened him to an Attitude Era wrestler, whether it be The Rock, whether it be Steve Austin or others. Those comments have definitely gone out and around in the past. I would make the argument that with The Rock back, as you said, it's a little bit more clear that he kind of is. I don't, however, feel that, and maybe this is going against Meltzer, sorry, I don't, however, feel that that's a detriment. I think that's what we need right now. We need somebody who is an anti-authority figure, because we've not really had that consistency with a character like that for a long time.
That's fair.
But all in all, I agree that it's almost like they're slowly taking him off TV a little bit. But I also would make the argument beyond what Meltzer says, because it's like, well, The Rock is taking more and more and more screen time. So it's going to happen regardless.
It's unfortunate because are there elements that he is taking from The Rock? Yes. Are there elements he's taking from Steve Austin? Yes.
Yep.
I don't think it's a complete ripoff. It's not like it's more like The Rock is the Road Warriors and LA Knight is Demolition. Okay? They're similar, but they're not exactly carbon copies. Like there are slight differences. So that's kind of where I equate it, and I'll put it to kind of end it there. You know?
Yeah, I think that's
LA Knight is Demolition.
So then, all right. So moving on from SmackDown, we had Dragon Lee versus Santos Escobar again for some reason, and also had Pretty Deadly versus New Cash Republic. Again, I'm just reading this from Bleacher Report, so that's how they ordered this. So Escobar again has defeated Dragon Lee, unfortunately. I think Dragon Lee is phenomenal to watch. I think his matches with Santos Escobar are also very good matches. New Catch Republic, so that's Tyler Bate and Peter Dune. It's the name I can never remember. Against
Peter Dune.
Yep, Peter Dune. Against Pretty Deadly. So New Catch Republic won that match, which got them a step closer to Wrestlemania. So we'll talk about that after, because I'll have the graphic up for that. But the next match was Bayley versus Dakota Kai. And this went a little off the rails, which I was kind of expecting, but not as much as what actually happened. Like, you knew Damage Control was going to get involved somehow, but you didn't.
Yes.
really know how or what was going to happen. So the fact that Naomi came out to try to help, I was like, oh, okay. I knew that was a potential possibility, as we talked about last week, with the rumors that it's going to be Damage Control against Naomi and Bianca Belair and possibly Jade Cargill, but they've given no other indication of that except for Naomi basically feeling bad for Bailey.
Now, here's the issue that could throw a wrench into that. Is the reports of Asuka's
Potential injury, yeah.
Yeah. So they don't know what the severity of the leg injury is yet. I heard it's a knee injury.
Yeah.
Whether it needs surgery or it's something she can work through. If it's a six-woman match at Mania, you can kind of mask it and just not have her, just have her go to the ring and do one spot or to protect it, and that's it. Or like a pre-match kind of. There's ways you can work around it, but there's also now a potential, because they're the tag team champions, where Dakota Kai can step in, and then you can just do a 2-on-2 match if you wanted to. There are ways now you can get out of it, but you don't have one person on the other side, whether it's Jade or Bianca, whatever you're going to do. If you want to put Naomi and Jade together for a tag team and have them, even though I don't know if you're going to do Bianca as a tag champion, now I'm just theorizing.
Right, but I think that's a good point, because you're right, number one, in the sense that they could make this a tag match instead for the titles if Asuka is okay to do some stuff. If the injury is not that serious and they want to go the triple threat route, I don't think that's a bad idea. But maybe to your point, or at least maybe counter to it, the fact is that those tag championships would not be on the line at all for WrestleMania. So
no, but if well, here's my point.
Go ahead, yeah.
If Asuka's out, you can slot Dakota Kai to defend the titles because you can use the Freebird rule.
That is true. Sure.
So they can still defend the tag titles. If it's a 6-person, then if it's a 6-person tag match, then obviously it's not for the titles unless there's a pre-match step. But no, I think that if there's a problem with Asuka with the leg, they just make it a tag team match and you make it for the titles and just figure out who the participants are going to be. But if she can make it down to the ring and Kyrie and Dakota Kai do all the work, then you're fine. Like there are certain things you can do to kind of get out of it, but it's one of those deals right now where we're probably not going to know until either SmackDown or like next week or the week after on what they're going to do. Like, we're not going to know until probably a week, next week SmackDown, or going into Mania weekend.
It just really depends on the severity of her injury, really, and that's the biggest thing. It's such a what if, because I feel like they were gonna build towards that, as I said last week, but now that we're kind of at this point, it's a lot harder to kind of say that. But I guess we could kind of segue to Raw and kind of talk about that. I think Raw between last Friday and this Monday, depending on when you're watching and listening, I think Raw was the stronger show this week. First of all, there was a little bit more wrestling. Second of all, it just seemed like the much stronger show. And we got a little bit of insight, I felt, into more of these storylines. And we could literally start anywhere with this show, but just in the sense of starting with, like, I don't know, the quickest segment, Jay and Jimmy really just, I thought it was a very quick segment, but it was also very good.
Mm-hmm.
It's, Jimmy is still trying to play white knight with Jay, saying, no, I saved you, even though he's been screwing him over like every chance he can get this year. I did it all for you. What, you screwed me every time this year?
Screwed me out of everything.
Yeah. And then, the attack thereafter I thought was kind of funny because Heyman doesn't usually apologize for a lot of stuff very often, but he's like, no, that wasn't supposed to happen. That's my bad. I thought that was pretty funny too. But all in all, it furthered the storyline. Jay said it was the dream match, which I truthfully believe it is, because this has been something that has been rumored for a number of years anyways.
It has.
And to finally have that at potentially the biggest WrestleMania, at least in our current lifetime, let alone anything in the future, it's just, you don't really have brother versus brother very often, but I think this was a great segment. It was very quick, very short, but it was exactly what it needed to be. And then we segued to DIY versus the Creed Brothers.
Christ.
And I'm just like, but I will say this, that was a great match. That was like tag team wrestling. That was
without question.
Match.
DIY is a great team.
They both are.
They both are. They both are. So are the Creed brothers. The tag team divisions are going to be really strong. They're going to have to split the belts up because they got too many tag teams right now that I feel like are just pissing in the wind.
Well, that was what I said last week. Yeah. That I think it seems like they might have two ladders or something, and then or set them up in such a way that one team grabs one belt and the other team grabs the other belts.
That could be the spot that we see.
Yeah.
That could be where and then they're just like, well, they gotta, or one. It'll be really funny and really creative if one partner grabs one belt and then the other partner grabs the other belt, or grabs the other belt, and vice versa, where each tag team has one belt each, and they're each of different brands. So then they're just like, well, how are we going to figure this out?
I was actually thinking that too, ironically enough, that they could do it. Well, first of all, let's just start right from scratch, right? It depends how even they string them up.
Right.
Because if they put a black, I'm sorry, I almost said black, I don't know why, a blue and a red on one side and a blue and a red on the other, there's that potential.
Right.
If they put blue and blue together and red together, that won't happen.
Right.
If they, what am I thinking here? Like, there's so many variables to this. If they put all four on the same thing, like, that's another thing too. It just depends how they're gonna do it. But as the week has gone on since last we talked about this, my speculation has just grown that that's what they're gonna do.
Right.
I would make the argument that it depends on the last two teams from SmackDown, which we'll find out. But, right now the winners we have, we can go through the rest of the card. But so far, just so far into the conversation on Monday Night Raw, so far it's just the Judgment Day and DIY. As the night goes on, obviously you have other winners too. But the next match after that one, which... Listen, like, that was a great match. For the first actual match of the night, that was a great match. And then we transitioned into a women's tag match. Katana Chance and Kaden Carter, former champions from the tag team division, versus Indy Hartwell and Candice LeRae. I know we talked about Candice LeRae's change of character last week. It seems like that's kind of going down again this week. Um, I didn't hate it. I hated it less than I did the week before. But what did you feel about this match?
The weird thing is that Caden Carter, right? I feel like that team always kind of get 1 week we're going to push them to hard, and then the next week they're going to be jobbing.
Yeah.
And it's like with Hartwell and with LeRae, they have finally kind of figured out, they were a great tag team in NXT. So they're just thinking, all right, we'll put them back together and see if we can get it going. And the way that she was in NXT, I said it before, the way that they were doing, the way as a tag team. The way. They were great in NXT. So I think them getting together here makes the complete sense. And both of them really haven't been doing much. Well, I know Indy Hartwell is coming off injuries, and LeRae's been kind of floundering. So they got to kind of do something with both of them. So this kind of makes complete sense. I mean, the women's division right now for tag teams, anyways, is already it's starting to really pile on because of, you still got Piper Niven and Chelsea Green, which you really can't split them up because they were a really solid tag team. And then number two, they're also great. They're doing great character work together. So
I think Piper's hurt, if I'm not mistaken.
That would make sense.
But you're not wrong, regardless. Yeah. I mean, they put Shayna Baszler and Zoe Stark together. They put these two together, Indy Hartwell and Candice LeRae. They have Elba Fire and Isla Dawn. They have the Kabuki Warriors back now.
Shotzi and Charlotte were tag teaming at one point before Charlotte got the injury.
That's true, too.
They were really trying to get women tag teams together and working together.
Right. And listen, it's... if you go back even a couple of years, you had Liv Morgan and Rhea Ripley as a tag team. So they definitely will try what they can. I think just in the optics of this match alone, you're right about what you said, where it's like they seem to try to push 1 week and then put down the next week with Caden Carter and Katana Chance. Katana Chance, I actually thought had a legit injury, and then I saw Candice LeRae tag in, and I was like, oh, okay, that's a shoot. It was pretty obvious. It's interesting in the sense that they use them the way they use them, and by that I mean Katana Chance and Caden Carter. And it's partially because they're like the smallest women in the entire roster. Not to say they're not talented by any stretch of the imagination, because they are both incredibly talented. They are an incredible tag team together. For those that don't know or don't remember, Katana Chance is FKA depending Casey Catanzaro, who was on American Ninja Warrior one of the first few seasons. And, for a woman her size to do that and get as far as she did was nothing short of phenomenal. So she's definitely crazy athletic. And you see those spots that they have. And to then job out to Candice LeRae. It's like, what are you doing? The way. It's like, what are you doing? But yeah, I'm interested to see where this new character takes her. I think it'll end up being a match against Indy Hartwell at some point. It just seems like that's how these things kind of tend to go. But to kind of move along, how did you feel about Cody's response in this promo this week? Yeah, I feel like we could talk about this promo all night.
He fucking needed it.
He did, absolutely.
He was coming because the week before, the Rock he kind of just let the Rock off. Like he had the crying promo, and this week he could not afford to go into it wispy eyed and getting all pissy eyed.
Yep.
He needed to kind of come out and be what he was in the Indies, what he was in Ring of Honor, TNA at certain points, and what he was in AEW, and that was sharp tongued when he had to be.
Right.
And holy shit, did he bring it! Like he brought it he brought it hard. Like he was throwing hard fastballs at him, ridiculous fastballs.
Dude, I wouldn't even say he was throwing fastballs. I would say he was trying to peg him in the fucking dome.
He really was.
Like he was. I don't know how else to say it. Like
it's like, oh, Jesus.
I just don't know. He was throwing the heat, and he was not trying to make a strike. He was trying to hit him in the head.
Every time he's just like, oh shit, that one's closer.
Yep.
The only thing I thought that he was that he didn't go, the only route that he didn't go was, at least my father only has 3 kids that he knows about. I'm like your dad that you could fill this whole building with it. I'm surprised that he didn't use that.
I don't think that fits with the character.
It doesn't.
I agree that I'm surprised he didn't go that route either, but it doesn't fit his character to do so, so I didn't hate that he didn't take it that far.
The small dick energy, though.
All right. So hold on. So I have the quotes in front of me. So again, I pulled up Bleacher Report for this too. Just go through the card, obviously. And top moments and takeaways from this segment literally just has the quotes. This is in no particular order. Again, I'm just reading from Bleacher Report. So the quotes are, Rock, I don't think you're a heel. I think you're an asshole. I thought that was pretty good. Don't think for 2 seconds that this locker room needs you more than you need it. I kind of have to agree with that.
Rings a bell to what I said at some certain points.
Yeah. This one is talking about his mom. More of a defense to her and not being afraid of The Rock, which he does say in the promo. This is the same lady who hopped off her chair at a Willie Nelson concert and beat the hell out of an undercover cop. She ain't afraid of you, Rock. The one you were just talking about. Is it going to be Big Dwayne energy or just LDS, Little Dick Syndrome? This one was one of my favorites. At Wrestlemania, I think you're just Roman's side chick. I liked that one a lot. You referred to yourself as the final boss. Kudos to Brian Gerwitz, who's the former WWE head creative, for that nickname. And this one was when Heyman came out and was about to get into the ring and just kept talking. And it's funny because he kind of looks like him, but he goes, I'm about to go full Homelander and rip your throat out. Get to the point. I mean, listen, like all of these were great. And to your point, Dan, I think that he needed this. He needed a strong showing, especially after the week prior when he was, misty-eyed, I'll say it that way. And again, it's just, you're 100% right. He needed this promo. And the fact that he had it and came out as strong as he did, I would be interested to see how The Rock responds. I haven't seen any social media posts this week, ironically enough. They might be out there. I just haven't seen them yet.
They usually come out Fridays before SmackDown, so.
Yeah. Which we'll talk about in a sec. But I think that, and we'll just talk about it now, actually. I think going into the SmackDown, so after Paul Heyman came out, after all of this was basically done, I think he got to side chick, and that's when Paul came out. And there was a respect there, number one, which I enjoyed. but also there was the stipulation of Cody has to come alone, and therefore Roman will be alone for their face-off on this episode of SmackDown coming up. Again, depending on when you're watching or listening, but it's telling because a few people in the back were like, "Don't go alone. I got you. Don't go alone." One of them was Jey Uso. The other one, obviously, is his tag partner for night one, Seth Rollins. And I thought that was telling, but Cody agreed. So supposedly on this Friday, we're going to have a face-off between Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes with nobody else in the ring except for maybe Paul Heyman. How did you feel about that? Do you feel like it's kind of BS? Do you feel like it's a good build?
The thing about it is that Pro Wrestling 101, every time they say it's going to be on the up and up, don't bring anybody, and we won't have anybody there either. You can't trust Heyman. You can't. However, the way that they're playing this is Roman seems to be sick of The Rock. He's showing his impatience and also kind of apathy towards The Rock at certain points. We're noticing it. Maybe he's thinking he doesn't have to be here. We'll tell him that he doesn't have to be here. We'll bring him in, and the focus will be on me and Cody. So maybe that is his plan. Or the way that this is usually how it goes. You bring Cody in for a false sense of security, and then you fuck him. Everybody's there. Everybody there is. You could also debut a new member of the Bloodline with this, because there are rumors of. There are rumors that they might be debuting a new member come the line. I think he just came from New Japan. He was part of Gorillas of Destiny and Bullet Club. Last name Tonga. I think it's Tom. Don't quote me on that right now.
Toga Tonga. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, Toga Tonga.
It's Jacob Fatu. It's Jacob Fatu, basically.
It's not Jacob Fatu, because I think Jacob.
Isn't it?
No, Jacob Fatu is in Major League Wrestling, I thought.
Oh,
or he's a free agent
or
something.
Yeah.
No, it's Tonga coming in. That's a supposed rumor. So yeah, they could say there's nobody for the Bloodline. Like, don't worry, come alone, you'll be fine. Solo isn't there. Rock isn't there. Jimmy isn't there. But that doesn't mean that somebody else from the Bloodline could be there.
Right.
They just bring somebody else in. So that could be the philosophy and thought process. So technically they're not lying.
I mean, that would make sense with the other rumor being that MJF may or may not debut soon, which is a heavy rumor that I've heard lately. But
it's really starting to build. That rumor is starting to build that he's going to show up the night after Mania. Yeah. It's getting louder, especially too with AEW. He's no longer on the website. And also they pulled all his merchandise. You get a 404 error when you try to go to it now. So that means either it's an angle or he's gone. If you want my opinion concerning the fact of the amount of money he has paid for the three recent free agent signings, I don't know if there's enough money that you're going to be able to look. If you're going to pay Okada $5 million, you're going to pay Ospreay $5 million, then you're going to pay Mercedes $5 million, right? There's another $5 million more that you could keep MJF, but MJF might want more. So then what do? What if he wants 7.5?
I mean, I know what I do. I fucking pay the man.
I would pay him, but the problem is that
You don't know if you have the money anymore. I get it.
yeah, because your payroll is already I think surpassed 100 million. Their average salary for
I mean, I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. I'll kind of leave it there because
their average
you're not
salary for an AEW wrestler, their average salary is 400,000. 400,000. 5 years ago, and I saw the video. It came out 5 years ago when he first started the company. He's like, you look at WCW and their downfall, how many people they had that were making $100,000 a year. It's unsustainable at $100,000 a year. Tony, it's not $100,000 a year. It's sustainable. Like, it's $400,000 a year. What are you doing? And he just keeps giving these guys fucking contracts. And
all right, so just real quick, right? Let's just do math real quick. So
right.
If it's 400,000, let's say they have 75 jobbers, which you can make the argument they probably do. That alone is $30 million a year.
Yeah.
So then if you add, I believe he's giving Mercedes Moné about $10 million a year from what I've heard. I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't know if that's true. I've heard between 3 and 5. That's the most consistent number I'm hearing.
That's why I'm not sure, but that's the number I've heard recently. So just for argument's sake, let's say $5 million.
Yeah.
Okada is, I think, $2 million.
5.
Is he 5?
Yeah.
Shit.
It's around 5.
Right,
I think it was like 4.5 because I heard 3 years at 14.
All right, let's split the difference. Do 3.5.
Okay.
And then Ospreay is what, 2? I think
5.
Is he 5 too?
He's 5.
Jeez. All right, and then MJF was at 7 figures, so just for argument's sake, let's see he's 2.
I think he's around 2.
Yeah. Do we know
Moxley is 6.
I was gonna say Moxley is 6. Do we know what Adam Copeland is getting offhand? Yeah, I don't know.
Good question.
Either. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he's the only salary that I really don't know how much he's making.
All right, let's see if I can look real quick. I can talk through this.
I know the Bucks, I think, are making $3 million each. I think Kenny's making $3 million. So there's 9 right there. I've heard I think Bryan Danielson's making like 3, maybe 4. I don't know if he still has to pay CM Punk his contract either. I don't know.
I was thinking that too. I don't know.
Because he fired him with cause, but I don't know what the...
So it's saying that competitively, AEW would be competitive, potentially placing him in the upper tier of their payroll in 3 to 5 million range. Okay. So just splitting the difference for Adam Copeland Edge, we'll say it's 4 million. Just splitting the difference.
Yeah, okay.
So then you said 9,000 between the Bucks and Kenny. What did you say for Bryan Danielson? About 3?
I think it was 4.
4.
I think I said 4.
Okay, I already got Mox. I mean, even if we stop here, we can do that and just do the math. So again, if we just did the simple math of, them having 75 jobbers and they're paying each of them 400,000, that's about 30 million. Then you add some of these others. So we talked about Mercedes, we talked about Okada, and we talked about Ospreay. So adding all of those up was, I think I'm missing somebody, but about 43.5. Then we added everybody else, and right now we're at 68.5. And
So-
listen, so hold on before we go any
Yep.
further, right? So again, the 75 is an estimate, right? You could make the simple argument that maybe there's a give and take there, right? Because maybe there's others that might be starting
Jericho's, I
there.
think, making $4 million too.
That's So Jericho is another one, obviously. Maybe that's in the 75, and we add that and subtract a little bit from the previous number that I mentioned. But regardless, we're very close to 100 million already.
Right.
Regardless, and I am willing to bet that there are other superstars on that roster. I say superstars, it's like a generic term at this point. That are on that roster that might make more that we didn't mention, like your Britt Bakers, your Adam Coles, your Samoa Joes. You mentioned yourself. We don't know if he's still carrying a salary from CM Punk. And there's a boatload of others too, like Christian, Jungle Boy, Jake Perry, whatever the hell you want to call him at this point. He's still suspended, but we don't know if he's carrying a salary still or not. You're not including your announcers. You're not, and it's like 4 depending on the show. You're not including your backstage. You're not including your production. You're not including a lot of stuff that also contributes to that upper 68 million right now. Right, we just don't know that. So the argument's sake is, at least talent-wise, currently, for what we can just guesstimate, you're probably in the like 75 to 100 million range. And
keep in mind their TV money
that.
is. Keep in mind their TV money is probably around 50 to 55 million a year.
Right, which doesn't cover the salaries, number one.
No.
But number two, if you want to play that game real quick, are they going to lose that soon?
So, I did a little bit more digging into Warner Brothers, Warner
you did.
Media.
Of course you did.
I did a little digging into their corporate structure. Last year, they lost 20% in revenue at the box office in the previous year from their movie division.
Okay.
They also lost about 20% in advertising from they did the previous year. They're $40 to $50 billion in the hole as a company, as an entity.
Just Warner Brothers we're talking about.
Just Warner Brothers.
Okay.
Which is why the Paramount discussions have been started.
Right.
David Zaslav, who's the CEO of and chairman of the board right now, his bonus is built in to how much debt they can eliminate. So when you are in a position like that, you're going to look at tax write-offs, which is why they have shelved some projects that they don't think they're going to make a return on. They think instead of pushing it out, promoting it, and all that stuff, it may have cost, like, because that's the thing, folks, with film and stuff like that. So if you create a movie,
Black Adam too?
I think it was Supergirl.
I'm kidding.
Girl.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to. But when you make a movie, production costs may have cost $200 million to produce, but that's not including print media. That's not including production, television time, all that stuff. And then also rentals of theaters and stuff like that, which can then get. Then you're talking. Instead of a $200 million movie, it's in the $3 to $350 range. So you can write the $200 million off and then just not spend the $150, and the $200 you can write off, and it's not going to really count against business because it's a business expense, and it just didn't work. So I don't see them handing out big money. And they could be playing the long game with Tony to see who blinks first. I know that they just got Bellator to go to Max. That was on Paramount, and now Bellator is going to HBO Max. But they probably got them at a bargain because they were really in no position. Really. So, could it be possible that I see them getting a rights fee increase? I just don't know for how much. I don't think it's going to be what he wants it to be. If he thinks he's going to get Netflix money for what they're paying for Raw, if he thinks he's going to get rights fees increase for, let's say, what SmackDown's getting, which is in the $200 million range, I think it's a lot of wishful thinking. I think if he stays with Turner, he'll get a rights fee increase. I don't know anybody else that's going to be really wanting to pay much more than maybe 150. He might crack 2, but I don't know if he's going to crack 2. I think he might get like $100 million increase. But again, with the numbers, you're probably still performing at a loss. They're not talking about... Dave's reported that they're a $2 billion company.
Huh. I mean, maybe in equity.
Maybe in equity. But I don't think that... The only thing that I see them really kind of being able to carry over that's got any type of value is their tape library, because, of course, they have not only AEW's tape library, but they also have Ring of Honors.
Yep.
So that has some value to it. So putting that on Max, that could be a possibility. But I don't know if Max is going to want to do that, because...
Yep, that's the thing.
Here's the thing with that. Okay, in 2 years from now, WWE and their network are going to be up for bid because the contract with Peacock is going to be ending. Any streaming service on the planet is going to be bidding on that. I think Netflix has the lead.
Well,
they already have Raw.
Yeah.
I think that
I think that's why they did it.
Yeah, I think that's the lead. I think in my humble opinion, they're going to Netflix.
Yeah.
But Max could be holding off that part of the deal until WWE figures it out, because they might want to try to bid to get WWE on Max. And that's a real possibility.
Poor Tony. He thinks he has such a great relationship with them.
Well, the problem, they were negotiating with them trying to go to Raw at one point. Like, they had meetings.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that's part of it. That's part of it. And Tony knows that. It's just, and I'll talk about it later, how there's a word of the day.
Okay, no, we're saving that.
Yeah.
All right, so also on Raw, just might as well figure that out. Ricochet versus Dominic Mysterio. Nothing really going on here. It doesn't really matter, but apparently that Ricochet is important to that story for some reason now.
Blue eye.
Yeah, boy. Then we had the signing for the Intercontinental Wrestlemania Championship match between Sami Zayn and Gunther. Right before that, we had Chad Gable telling Sami he can't win. Yep, can't beat him. Can't do it. It's kind of starting to rub me the wrong way about Chad Gable, the way they're playing that.
I think the thing with the whole Chad Gable thing is the whole it's the fan base us and it's rubbing me the wrong way because it's like
That too. Yeah.
it's just he needs to finish the story. What if the story is for Gunther to retain? Well, then what?
I don't even listen. I think
Like
kind of piss, honestly.
like that's the thing. It's like then what? So if Gunther beats Chad Gable again at WrestleMania, then what? But if he beats him at SummerSlam,
It's like everybody's losing their minds.
yeah, it's just I don't know. I see Gunther retaining. That's the thing. So
Yeah, I mean,
drops
listen,
it for a month, but I see him retaining.
I feel like maybe Chad Gable faces him at another point in time. I think
Yeah.
is what they're trying to do. But it's rubbing me the wrong way. Then we had a qualifying match for the 6-pack ladder match challenge for the tag team titles. Awesome Truth versus Indus Sher, accompanied to the ring by the modern day Maharaj, who Dan absolutely loves.
Don't hinder my gender.
Don't hinder the gender. Where Awesome Truth defeated Indus Sher in the stupidest way possible. I guess that fits with Truth's character at this point, but I thought it was pretty stupid. The Miz trying to rap with with Truth was pretty funny, but and then we had a vignette right before the next promo with our boy who's gonna be in town for, I believe it's next week's Raw, if not the week after. CM Punk, who
Brooks.
Yep.
Yeah, Pepsi Phil.
Pepsi Phil, or Philadelphia Phil, as he would call himself for this. I was a little bit surprised. I wasn't. There's a lot of speculation, obviously, going into the next couple of weeks with WrestleMania, that he will be the special guest referee for Seth Rollins and Drew McIntyre. We don't know how true that is. It depends on how his rehab is going, but he looked good in the rehab vignette that they showed. So, your thoughts?
He doesn't have a cast on. That's the other bit of news that's been kind of going around. So I don't know if they've been kind of overselling the injury and maybe overselling it to kind of, I don't know. I don't know if the plan is that he's somehow going to be involved in the match in a participant sense, or if he's going to be involved in as referee or something of that nature. I don't know. I would love for him to somehow get into the matchup between him and McIntyre and Rollins, but even if whether it's a participant, if somehow he's the third guy, it's a triple threat match, or if in the end he's a referee and has to make a choice at that point, a decision, screw over McIntyre, or screw over Seth Rollins, or something. So I'm glad it's happening. I'm glad it's moving in that direction. I think if you make him an announcer, where he's on the commentator's booth as well, cool. So CM Punk being at Mania, I'm okay with. Yeah. Just I don't know where the direction's going to be on that.
I agree. Kind of had like one of those like kind of nods when you said the announce part. I think that's a good idea too.
Yeah, you're like, yeah.
Listen, they could do that and still have him get involved. They could do both.
Like the bug from Family Guy.
Yeah. Good. I think that in saying that and reiterating kind of what you said, that what they could potentially do, at least in my opinion, my eyes, is maybe an idea, is to screw Seth Rollins over and then attack Drew McIntyre after he gets the title, more in kind of to drive this whole story of McIntyre kind of, injuring him, quote unquote, getting him out of WrestleMania and stuff. And ironically enough, after that vignette, of course, we have the promo between Seth Rollins and Drew McIntyre. It's almost poetic justice that they do it right then and there. But I felt like these promos aren't really going anywhere between the two. They keep talking about it, and, Seth Rollins comes out like, yeah, I admit, that's me. Like, even Bleacher Report, I'm just going to read it real quick. The greatest back and forth that saw Rollins drop the gimmicky mic work and get serious as he continued to play mind games with his challenger. This was exactly what the feud needed, with weeks still remaining in the build to the title bout. But when he gives a shit about this, because they're all like, night one, it's you and Cody Rhodes against The Rock and Roman Reigns. Night two, it's you and Drew McIntyre and Cody versus Roman. I think it's kind of hard to build for this specific match when everybody's looking at the two matches with Cody. And I think he's, and you said this a couple weeks ago. You said it right after Elimination Chamber, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Drew's going to win.
Probably.
Drew's going to win, and I have to agree. And whether that's because he's too banged up from the night one match with him and Cody versus Rock and Roman, whether it's because there's outside interference from somebody else, like a CM Punk, or anything in between. That's the way it feels. It feels that, these promos are kind of like, and it's more like, hey, I'm more concerned about this other match because it's the bigger of the two. But go ahead.
I hate to
go
cut
ahead.
you off because I have a thought coming into this. Now, would Seth Rollins' involvement in this tag team match be happening if CM Punk didn't get injured?
I think if he doesn't get injured, it's potentially him versus Seth Rollins.
Right.
And I think... go ahead.
I think that the tag team match probably wouldn't be happening on night one, or it wouldn't be main eventing if it was Rollins and CM Punk.
That's a good point, too. Yeah.
Just because that was what you were selling the night on. That was before the injury. I think the majority of the WWE audience could tell you, and the majority of wrestling fans could say, it's going to be Cody and Roman night two, and it's going to be Seth and CM Punk night one. That was where we were headed.
If not vice versa, but you.
And then the injury happened, and then
exactly. I think it's hard to say all that because it's one of those situations where I hate to kind of like throw water on this fire, but Phil Brooks is not getting younger.
No.
And he proved that in AEW. The more, I don't even know how to say this, the more physical matches that he got, the more it was like evident. Even the dog collar match, you could tell he had lost a step. Mm-hmm. The first match with Darby Allin wasn't as noticeable, and I think that's a tribute more to Darby than anything else. Which I can't believe I'm saying that out loud, but it's the truth. And then his first match is the Rumble, and it's like he gets hurt. Whether it is from one aspect of Drew McIntyre or Cody Rhodes or however he got injured, really, it doesn't matter. The simple fact is he's not getting younger, and there's always going to be the potential that he does get injured. just from his age alone. And I'm not trying to knock the guy, I'm just being realistic. But when it comes down to it, he lost the Rumble. I'm assuming that was always the finish, let's be real.
Yes.
Because you have to put Cody in that upper echelon now of being able to challenge a guy who's been the champion for over 3 years. You don't do that by Punk winning.
No.
All right. So, case in point, what's the next logical step just based on what they've done the past couple of years? He would have to win the Elimination Chamber.
Right.
Is that really that realistic? It's hard to say. Right? Your facial expression, you're looking up, kind of says it all. Like, it maybe not. Right? So maybe this whole time it was Drew McIntyre that was going to win, and that was going to turn heel and mock CM Punk, just not about injury. And maybe then it becomes a triple threat match. That is the only other way I could see it going down. Or, maybe he's always going to be the special guest referee. We'll never know because he got injured. But it's a good thought.
I think the Rollins Punk, because it's almost secondary now, because now it's Drew and Punk. But the Punk and Seth thing, that had a real chance of doing great business just because of the fact of that people could sense that real life heat. They could sense that real life tension that those two had. And you think about the promo work that would have been done. You think about the push and the comments that would have been made into that weekend. And Seth probably would be retaining, because I don't know if they would give the title to Punk at WrestleMania. They might, because they're paying him a lot of money. But at the same time, Punk, I think, understands enough that you're coming in, you kind of have to bow down a little bit and be somewhat humble and do some favors, because there was a lot of bad blood at one point. You kind of have to prove it, everybody, that you're willing to do business. Which I don't think that's... To be fair with Punk, he's never complained really about losing a match. He knows when to put people over.
I think he's going to do business regardless.
Exactly.
Not to cut in, but I agree with you. I think that he realizes that it's a much different ball game than the WWE that he left like 9 years ago prior, right? And I think due to that, and even back then, let's be real, it wasn't a question of him not doing business. It was a question of health issues.
Right.
So I think coming back, Vince is gone. He is supposedly mended fences with Triple H. I think he's going to do business. I think he knows he's not going to get the title right away, whether it be the World Heavyweight title or the Undisputed title. He's not getting it right away. And I think, truthfully, he is fine with that, because night one of his return, or really night two, I guess, with the, promo on Raw that he did a little bit after that, I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to make money. And he is going to do just that.
Right. I mean, and I can't say I blame him. Coming into with this motto of like, I'm not here to make friends, I'm here to make money. It's like, yeah, I respect that. I wish more people would be open and honest with the way they do their promos about that. Of like, I'm here for the money. But it's true. Yeah. Like, it just is. I think that there's an authenticity to it that people are just like, yeah, I appreciate that.
I think they're like, oh shit, but at the same time, like you said, they appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
All right. So the next up on Raw, we only have a couple matches left, is Xavier Woods and Kofi Kingston, the New Day versus Alpha Academy, Otis, and Tozawa, which I was surprised they did not sub in Chad Gable, considering he's not going to be facing anybody for the Intercontinental title.
Right.
But we'll get into that a little bit too. And the New Day is the winners in that match, so they advanced. Up on the top right, we have the New Day, we have Awesome Truth and DIY and Judgment Day, and we have 2 slots left for 2 SmackDown teams, which we should be able to figure out this week, I believe, to kind of see who's going to be in that ladder match 6-pack challenge for the Undisputed Tag Team Championships, which, as we talked about earlier, Dan and I fervently believe we're going to get split up probably in that match. We'll have to kind of see how that goes. I don't know if you caught NXT this week, but Tozawa and Otis were there to basically contend for those tag titles instead, potentially at Stand and Deliver, which is also WrestleMania weekend. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it'll be the early show of night 2, basically, will be Stand and Deliver. So a lot of wrestling that weekend.
I thought it was Saturday. I thought it was the Saturday show.
One or the other. It didn't say.
I heard that Stand and Deliver is going to be at 11:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it's like 11:30 to like 2:30 or something. Then they have a break. Then you have the pre-show. Then you have whatever night it's on.
And all those indie shows are going to be happening that week too. So
yeah, it's
Ring of Honor is going to be happening in the same weekend in the same building too.
Oh man. And then after that, we had a couple promos, vignettes, and then the main event, which was the last woman standing match, Becky Lynch versus Nia Jax. About time. Becky has finally defeated Nia. I thought the ending was the best part when Rhea came out, kind of congratulated her, and then they're like, hey, fuck you, you're not going to beat me anyway, so.
I was saying to people that Rhea Ripley should have came out with a MAGA hat on Monday night, considering the eventful weekend that Becky Lynch had, meeting President Biden, going to the White House, leaving a copy of her book in the library of the White House, which means whoever goes in there now is just going to be like, what the fuck is this doing here?
I mean, it's going to be, never mind. Not going to get into that trap. I almost did. No comment.
Biden probably greeted her and was just like, so are you the Wendy's girl? No, sir. No, I'm a wrestler.
Yeah.
My favorite
funny. Joe Biden meme is when he the Cody Rhodes one. WrestleMania 75, Cody's about to finish his story finally.
Wow. I love this that they set this up like 3 weeks before Mania, because it kind of, which you kind of expected was the way they were going to go with her.
Listen, I was saying it. Saying it like the past couple of weeks. Like, what are you doing with her? Like, I get it, but you got to wrap this up.
And then there's still the Liv Morgan factor too, because she's still kind of like lingering around, which apparently that's the SummerSlam plan, where it's going to be whoever's going to be the women's champion dealing with Liv Morgan.
I mean, it has to be Rhea then at that point, if you ask me.
Yeah, it does, which I don't know what the plan is. I don't know. I don't know what Becky's plan is. To me, I think she's going to be entering maybe a phase in her career where she's just going to be part-time. I don't know.
Becky?
Yeah,
probably.
I
think it depends what Seth does, but I agree with you.
You just sense it. You kind of get that vibe, which, good for her. She's earned the right. She's also crossed over at certain points. She's more of a star than some people that claim that they're a star, but they're not. We'll get to that. We'll get to that later. She can at least say that she's probably the top of the heap on one little group where someone is not on the top of the heap of that group. But she thinks she is and is getting paid like she is, but she's not. But Becky, of course, she's coming into this event with momentum. That's clearly what you wanted to have. And she's going up against an extremely dominant champion, so having her go against a persevering moment heading into Mania, it makes complete sense.
Yeah. As soon as she said it, I actually was like, yeah, that makes sense. I just don't like that they did it now because Rhea has not had a match since. Jeez, I can't remember the paper.
Elimination Chamber.
Yeah, thank you. In Perth, Australia. So it's I don't know. I mean, listen, you can make the argument that Charlotte didn't last year when Rhea won. That's a sound and valid argument.
Right.
But I feel like Becky, they've kind of put through the ringer this way, and that's kind of why I'm like, I don't really care for that. But I get it. It'll be interesting to see how they build it up over the next couple of weeks because there's really not much been one. They had the small one where it was like Rhea and Dom, and Becky was out there, and she called Dom a kumquat. And, she's not wrong. Congratulations on the wedding, Dom, but you still suck. I like that you got booed at your own wedding. But it's just, it'll be interesting to see how some of these stories go as the weeks kind of keep going towards WrestleMania. We keep getting closer and closer. And we're not much further away, ironically enough. So we'll just kind of have to continue to see. But obviously, let us know in the comments, as always, if you had a favorite Road to WrestleMania moment, how much you enjoyed some of the promos this past week. You had the Rock concert, you had Cody Rhodes finally having a dominant style of promo, and obviously you had a lot of other stuff that we talked about a lot, so it's hard to quantify all that. But speaking of WrestleMania, I know that you kind of wanted to more or less rank WrestleManias.
Not more or less rank. Okay, so what this is, it's more of a general discussion of, okay, there's a lot of ones that you can go from, it's more of a category base, where, and this guy's done it on YouTube, where it's called overrated, underrated, then there's three categories: overrated, underrated, or properly rated. And that's kind of the aspect that, because there are ones that are common that are always going to come up that I think are properly rated. Or there are ones that everybody talks about. There was an article this week that was written on Pro Wrestling World. Don't forget to listen to the Pro Wrestling World podcast. It's on Spotify and Apple. But on Pro Wrestling World, somebody talked about a certain WrestleMania that everybody has always kind of been glowing about, and I've always been like, it actually really sucked. So the thought process tonight, I was just like, okay, overrated, underrated, properly rated. And that's because this I feel like works. And also, instead of just ranking them, because look, ranking them is difficult. Being able to come up with that should be my number one Mania, but no, and then no, this one's really good too. It's just, it's hard.
I misspoke. I don't want to say it's like a ranking because
No.
I
You
agree
didn't.
with you.
You
That
didn't
is very
misspoke.
difficult.
I
No,
kind of
I said ranking,
yeah.
so that's why I want to clarify to
Right.
not just you but the viewers as well. This is not going to be like a number one, number two style format.
Right.
It's just impossible to do that. We'd be here all night. Number one and number two, it's as you said, incredibly difficult to sit there and be like 3 is the best. I mean,
Yes.
listen, there's a strong argument for that given the history of that Wrestlemania, that pay-per-view, PLE, but at the end of the day, like, you could make strong arguments for other ones. You could make a strong argument for 7. You could make a strong argument for, other ones like 10 with the ladder match. You could make a strong argument for a lot of them. So doing that, I feel is that much more difficult. And I feel like if we were going to do that that way, I feel like, first of all, that's an entire episode right there. But I also feel like if we were going to do it, if we're going to do that, we should probably bring in other people too. Because I think there's a lot of great conversations that could take place from that.
Well, I think we'll be, especially in a couple weeks with Mania, a Mania preview. I think we'll talk about it, but it's more or less an idea that I've kind of had in the back burner.
Trust me,
but again,
I've had it too. I just haven't brought it up, so I think we're on the same page. Don't worry.
And so, but tonight it was like, so I feel like we should probably do 4 categories because I don't want people to think properly rated good or properly rated bad.
So what I'm thinking is I didn't name them. On the slide, you can see the slide. I do have pictures and stuff ready to go, but I'm thinking maybe on the left we think of like the good.
Yep.
In the middle we think of like the meh.
Yeah.
And on the right we think of the bad.
Okay, that works.
So I think that's a good place to start because at that point we have enough talking points for all of them if we need to.
So I guess we can start. We'll just go chronologically.
Yep.
WrestleMania 1.
Yep. What do you think?
To me, WrestleMania 1 is a one-match show.
Well, of course.
The main event, I think, it is something to behold, at least. It is a spectacle. The problem that I've always had with WrestleMania 1 as far as production-wise go, it comes off as a MSG house show / something you would watch on the MSG network. And that kind of hurts it a little bit, in my opinion. But as far as the historical significance goes, I don't consider it great, but I don't consider it bad either, so I put it in the meh category. It's a one-match show. And that's kind of where I've always leaned to. I'm not going to go like in depth as far as match quality is concerned. I'm just going with, yes, it's historical. And I think it is the main event is worth watching the event. But again, it feels kind of low rent because it's a glorified house show, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's really hard to disagree with those comments. So put it right in the middle. WrestleMania 1 is kind of a meh show. Again, I apologize I didn't label these, but by the end we'll go through them again anyways. Well, I just don't cheat you. I mean, to the viewers as well.
No.
It's hard to disagree. It really is a one match show. The rest of the card feels like a glorified house show, kind of like you mentioned. We've talked about that for other WrestleManias in the past, both here and other shows as well. So, moving on to 2. What are your thoughts here?
2 had a lot of bad stuff. Like it did. It had a lot of bad, like the boxing match with Piper and T is terrible. It is bad.
Yeah.
I like the NFL Battle Royal with the wrestler. I did like that. I have a soft spot for that. just because Andre won, but also some of the participants in it. It was really kind of cool. And then the main event with Hogan and Bundy was cool, just from the fact that it was a cage match, the old school blue cage. Elvira was on commentary, who did a hell of a job, actually. I thought she did great. Like, as far as someone that didn't, like, she'd never done that before, I thought she did a great job. So, but I feel like that doesn't really save the show in itself. I did like the concept that it was on three different coasts: New York, Chicago, and then LA. I thought that was cool in three different time zones.
Sure.
Vince kind of got the idea of, well, we'll just do fucking Flybait. But this all, you know what also hurts it? The fact that this was the only WrestleMania on a Monday.
That's true.
It was on a Monday. Like, are you kidding? So, I don't think the good stuff really kind of helps it. So, I have to. Fuck. Yeah, I got to put it in the bad category. I hate to, but I have to.
No, I literally, if you didn't, I was going to, because I can't disagree. Like, I don't think it gets saved.
No.
I just don't. I agree there were good concepts to it, like the three cities that you had mentioned. WrestleMania Monday does not make sense. Sorry, not sorry.
No.
And I know there are those people out there like, oh, I want WrestleMania and all these other shows to be back to Sundays. I think Saturdays are effing perfect for these shows.
I do too.
Like, just being transparent. All right, so moving on to WrestleMania 3.
Just put it in the great category. I really don't think we need to go much into this.
Yeah. I actually agree. I was thinking about it earlier. I was just like, I feel like this is just going to go right to the good category. And sure enough, that's exactly what you said.
It's just like, there's not much, like one of the best technical matches in the history of the industry with Steamboat and Savage.
Yep. Plus the main event alone.
The main event alone is still the biggest match in the history, in company history.
It's still replayed everywhere.
It is. I remember
all of it.
I remember when COVID started that Fox Sports they were playing old pay-per-views on weeknights because they needed programming. So I've seen WrestleMania 3 6,000 times. I have the goddamn thing on DVD. I have some of the aspects of it on Blu-ray. But my ass was watching that just because the fact it was on regular television. Like, I'm like, it's WrestleMania 3 on regular TV. How can I not watch this? And yeah, just watching that over again, it was just like, holy shit. Even how the night starts off, because they go in the graphic, and then the next shot you see is the largest assembly of people I have ever seen in my life in Pontiac. Like, that was, and I'm going to go with the worked number, because some would be like, oh, it was only 78,000. Fuck off.
Oh my God, who cares?
Like, that building was jam-packed. Like, it was the most people I had ever seen in my life for a wrestling event. And the camera shots, if you look at it tight, there is, you think 90-something thousand people in that building. I'm not going to argue with the number. I think it's stupid. I think it's just, it doesn't make sense. So, yeah.
But Dan, AEW had like 80,000 all in.
Not according to the government over there. Jeez.
Oh, man. All right. WrestleMania 4.
Ugh.
I think this is one of the toughest ones to rank, honestly.
There's a lot of people that have a soft spot for it.
You can't see me, but I'm raising my hand as I'm.
No, I know. I get it. I get it. It is.
Hold on,
there are a lot of
real quick. Because since I am one of them, I can speak to that. This is the first and only time WrestleMania had an actual tournament associated with the matches. Now, I remember you and I have talked about this on another show, and previously, even prior to that, that some of those matches were incredibly missed opportunities. And I'm not going to disagree. But I think that what we got in the main event somewhat made up for that. But I'm not going to take your time. Go ahead. What were you to say?
I like the tournament aspect of it. I just wish the matches were better and some of the decisions were better.
I agree.
But the ending result, I think, is what everybody remembers, and that's all that people should.
Yeah.
Savage winning the title at the end of it. It made sense. People went home happy. So as far as endings are concerned, it's one of the better ones in company history, in my opinion, for Mania. Because it was a feel-good moment. Everybody was happy. No one was. I don't know anybody that was sitting there and just like DiBiase should have won. So I'll put it in the middle category. It's not great, but it's not bad either, which I think is fair. Because there are a lot of people that would put that in the worst category.
No,
but
I agree with you that
it's not good, but it's not bad either.
Correct.
I'll put it in the middle.
Yep.
Which I think is remarkably fair.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
And like you said, I think it had some great aspects to it. The matches, some of them, like the Andre Hogan match, ending in a DQ too quickly. A couple other ones. I like the Battle Royal at the beginning. That was funny. There was Brett and Junkyard Dog at the end of it. But
bad news, actually.
Bad news, man. That's right. Yeah. My bad. I don't know why I thought Junkyard, but Junkyard was in it.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. And overall, as you said, like the finish with Macho Man defeating $1 Million Man was the right move, and you're right. What people remember for that main event and for that show in general. But then 5. Are we in the same page of 5 is going up there amongst 3, or how do we feel about that one?
The problem I have, the thing with 5 is that the main event was so strong that it carried a rather weak undercard. It's another but you can argue that the Mania 5 main event between Hogan and Savage is one of the best main events, still to this day, is one of the best main events in WrestleMania history. Like, you could put it in a top 10 category. And I don't think anybody really would argue against that. It may be Hogan's best match, period.
It's up there. Yeah.
It's right up there.
Yeah.
But again, with the undercard, and I think a Warrior getting screwed over by Heenan and Rude, and then the Strike Force breakup was well done. Arn Anderson and Tully working a WrestleMania, so there are
bright spots for sure. Yeah.
Okay, now that I think about it, I'm going to put it under 3. Yeah, 5's up there. Yeah, fuck it. You sold me. You sold me a little bit.
I had a feeling. And
yeah, it's just, if you think about it, you got to give it to yourself a second, folks, where You can look at it. Ooh, the undercard. Look at some of the people that were on the card, and it's just like, oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that when you look at the rest of the card. Yeah, there was a dud or two in there. Don't get me wrong, but overall, I just,
Hyper came back.
Yeah,
The Morton Downey thing, that was fun.
Yep. All right. So next up is 6. Yeah, you don't know. You're like, is it meh? Or is it good?
I was thinking I was going to put in the bad category, but that's just my opinion.
Hey,
we
didn't know any better. We didn't know any better.
I'm just thinking about hindsight. That's the thing. Like, I'm putting it in the hindsight category because business went down afterwards. It wasn't like, you can't really take away from the Ultimate Challenge. You can't. It was a.
That's the thing.
That's the thing. All right. I'll put it in the meh category because I thought the undercard. I think the undercard was a little weak. Plus, there's some things on there that really didn't age well.
So the undercard isn't awful, but it's not great.
I have one thing to say. What? Rowdy Piper, Bad News Brown. It's in the meh category.
But then you got Dusty Rhodes against Randy Savage. You got Jim Duggan versus Dino Bravo. You got Ted DiBiase versus Jake Roberts. Like, there are some bright spots. And you got Rick Rude against Jimmy Snuka. Like, it's tough.
Murderer! I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. You got Earthquake versus Hercules, which, it's good for a laugh. But
I like Earthquake. So
I'm talking about Hercules, but yeah.
Oh yeah, that is a good laugh.
Yeah.
In fact, it's WrestleMania 6. He's still on the fucking card. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All right, so fine. So we'll say that's a meh. I'm not going to disagree. So then 7.
There's a lot of people that would put in the bad category, and I can't. I can't do it. I can't. 7. I would put 7 in the good category only because of the fact it was my first WrestleMania that I remember, and then the main event was excellent. The storyline was really good. It was really convincing. It made me think that if Hulk Hogan lost to Slaughter,
the sympathizer,
that we would have lost if we were going to lose the war in Iraq, even though the war in Iraq had already ended.
Yeah, at that point, yeah.
So good their TV was. The start of the streak happened too. I mean, so many things happened to LOD, their WrestleMania debut. The blindfold match. The match was, but the story again was really good. So yeah, I put 7 in, and that crowd was really hot. I liked the Stars and Stripes Forever theme. I thought the logo looked great with the red, and then it was the blue black drop. I thought that was really sweet. So, and it did give us that iconic painting of Hogan wrapped up in the American flag. Yeah. So yeah, I'm putting 7 in the good category, in my opinion.
Okay. I have a hard time disagreeing. I would make the argument that it did not have a very strong undercard.
I thought the undercard was rather good.
I didn't hate it, but there were some in there that were like Virgil and Ted DiBiase. Listen, that wasn't bad, but Virgil. The Mountie versus Tito Santana for a minute and a half. Legion of Doom versus Power and Glory for less than a minute. Some of this just felt like they were rushing the card and trying to get filler in. And listen, at that time, I get it. But, just
I thought the guest hosts were great too because they had they had Regis Philbin, they had Alex
I
Trebek,
forgot about that. You're right. Yeah, so
Marlon Maples, I think was involved too.
Alex Trebek too.
Yep, he was there,
Yep.
and he was he was good. Like so, there were like little things that I really enjoyed about it. There was, I think it was Regis. He was interviewing Taker and Paul Bearer, and Taker just takes out a tape measure and is just doing measurements for Regis Philbin, setting him up for a coffin.
Yeah, that was great.
Like that,
Man.
little stuff like that just like gives you like a soft spot for it. So that's why I put 7 in kind of like the good category. And then there's 8.
Yep. So let's talk about 8 as I show that icon. So 8 was, I guess, the co-main events, even though it was kind of a weird one and how they did this. But
Double main events.
yeah, which wasn't even really a double main event, but
No.
They claimed it as such. So the double main event was obviously one was Sid Justice versus Hulk Hogan, and the other one was for the WWF Championship, WWE now. Randy Savage versus Ric Flair. This one is tough, I feel like. Because go ahead. I'll let you go.
No. I feel like I've cut you off enough time.
No, I just you had Undertaker versus Jake the Snake, which was just like, listen, like, say what you want about either of them, like, where else are you gonna see that at WrestleMania? You had Bret Hart versus Roddy Piper. Then you had this 8-man tag match: Big Bossman, Virgil, Sergeant Slaughter, and Jim Duggan defeating the Mountie, the Nasty Boys, and the Repo Man. And then obviously one of the main events, which again, just by our definition, would not be main eventing in this time, just given the context that there were like 4 more matches, but Randy Savage versus Ric Flair for the title. Like, that is just crazy. Then the Natural Disasters versus Money Inc., Owen versus Skinner, and then closing it out with Hulk Hogan and Sid Justice. It's just, I don't even know. Like, this for me is like top tier. Just for the card alone, it's top tier. Is it the best WrestleMania? No, I don't think so. But man, it's up there.
Piper and Brett are excellent.
Yeah.
Best match on the card. Savage and Flair is also very good, and a storyline that they really kind of whipped together on short notice.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the 2 things that hurt that show, Hogan and Sid in the main event,
yeah,
and then the fact that they didn't do Hogan and Flair.
yeah.
That is the big that is the big negatives that hurt me on the show. I understand how people could put it in the top tier.
I'm just talking card alone. But
no, I understand. On paper, yeah. I completely understand. But in my opinion, it's a mess show. Just because of the execution of things. I wouldn't call it bad, but I wouldn't call it great either. It's in the meh category.
Yep. Nope, I agree. Trust me. It's the fact that, in my opinion, Savage and Flair weren't the actual main event.
Yeah.
Is a big part of it for me. But you're right that Hogan and Flair is a huge missed opportunity right there. And listen, we don't know the history to that. Maybe there is some, I don't know, but that's a huge missed opportunity. You have Hulk Hogan versus Ric Flair if you have that opportunity, because they knew what they were getting in Ric Flair at that time. So
They did.
I don't know what else to say about that. So moving on right along to 9. Yeah.
Do you want to just put it in the bad category and just get it out of the way?
I mean,
Because
all right.
there is
So
nothing.
let's just go through the card first, and then we'll move it because we didn't do that with 3.
No.
I'm not even going to talk about the dark match. Tanaka versus Shawn Michaels for the IC belt. Steiners versus Head Shrinkers.
Best match on the card.
That's not saying much. Doink versus Crush, which was 8 minutes too long because it was an 8-minute, 28-minute match. Razor versus Bob Backlund, which wasn't
Why
awful.
the fuck is this booked?
Yeah, it wasn't awful, but it didn't make sense.
It didn't.
Money Inc., Ted DiBiase and IRS versus the Mega Powers, Hulk Hogan and Brutus Beefcake.
Mega Maniacs, brother.
Maniacs, I'm sorry, you're right. Luger versus Perfect, Undertaker versus Giant Gonzalez, drizzling shits. Yokozuna defeats Bret Hart for the championship, and then Hulk Hogan.
Wait.
Yep. And then Hulk Hogan comes out and defeats Yokozuna in 22 seconds, by the way, for said championship. So as Dan said, we're just going to move that right over to the drizzling shits in the right side of the screen.
I was happy that Hogan won the title, by the way. I'm going to put that out there.
I mean, after Bret lost, yeah.
Yeah, after Bret lost, because number one, I didn't understand the politics of it back then, so I couldn't really sit here and say, "Oh, Bret got screwed," because I didn't know the terminology in that category and in that sense back then. So for me, it was just like, all right, like I'm okay with that. Now that I look back on it, the only thing, even though I'll be, other than the atmosphere, because it did look very cool outside Caesars, like that was, I loved
cool.
the atmosphere of it, the setting, the arena itself. Mm-hmm. But other than that, Hogan winning still makes me laugh though, because it just pisses Bret off so much. It just makes me laugh. And it's not to the extent that he gets pissed off like he does about Bill Goldberg either. So I don't think he's sitting there. He's just like, Mania 9, God damn it.
Yeah, no fucking comment. Okay, number 10. WrestleMania 10.
This is in the excellent category. Like this is the good tier. When you start the show off with Owen and Brett, which was a fantastic opener. Then you have Savage and Crush in the Falls Count Anywhere match. The ladder match between Razor and Shawn.
Yep.
Lex Luger getting fucked over. And Brett winning the title at the end. It's a perfect show. And this is the first WrestleMania without Hulk Hogan. Jeez. And they pulled it off. In my opinion, it is one of the best WrestleManias just because the night that Bret had, of starting the night, he loses to his brother Owen. And then at the end of it, he's still the champion at the end because he wins, he beats Yokozuna, so everybody's happy. And just a visual, them being at the Garden, Bret getting that moment, getting carried out like he was on everybody's shoulders. Like it was a really cool visual.
Yeah, I really have nothing to add, just because you're 100% right. You had Owen versus Brett to start off. You had Bam and Luna versus Doink and Dink, which, and
they lost.
Which just made it that much funnier, honestly.
Yes, exactly.
You mentioned Savage and Crush, Alundra Breeze versus Leilani
Kai. Yeah.
Men on a Mission versus the Quebecers. Yokozuna defeats Lex, which, as you said, is just really hilarious. And the fact that Mr. Perfect was a special guest referee, because, why not? Just dig that deeper. Earthquake versus Atom Bomb. You mentioned the ladder match with Razor and Shawn. You mentioned Brett and Yoko. It just, all around, was a great card. Had great pacing to it as well. And, it's just one of those ones that you look back on very fondly. and I didn't know this. So like basically what I'm doing is I'm going through Wikipedia as we kind of switch,
Right.
and so there were 4 ring announcers: Bill Dunn, Howard Finkel for the Lex Luger versus Yokozuna match, Donnie Wahlberg,
Yeah.
and for the Bret Hart and Yokozuna match, fucking Burt Reynolds. Yep.
Terry
awesome.
Ferguson. Like
Terry Ferguson. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. I saw a clip of him the other day from Mania where Ron DeShear was there, and so Shawn Michaels is hitting on her, and then Burt Reynolds comes in, and Michaels is then he almost gets into it with Reynolds, and Reynolds just looks at him with his chest there. He's just like, "Yeah, how about you get rid of that?"
Oh man!
Like, God damn it, I love you, Burt. That was right after the Lonnie Anderson divorce, where he got his ass fucking handed to him. So he was. My dad chimed in, I think, around that time. He's just like, "Oh boy, she cleaned his clock if he's gonna be at Mania." Like, holy God! Like, the Bandit has to go to WrestleMania? What the fuck? Like.
So speaking of going to WrestleMania, we did not go to this one because we were a little bit too young. But in 1995, WrestleMania 11 was in Hartford, Connecticut.
I got the mailer for that though. I remember I was trying to convince my parents. I'm like, Hartford's like an hour away. You know, like there was some discussion in the house, but thinking back on it, I probably would have had a horrible time because
I agree.
Was it bad?
So are we putting this right in bad then?
Yep, might as well.
The best part of this pay-per-view was the fact that Diesel came out with Pam Anderson and Shawn Michaels came out with Jenny McCarthy.
And then Diesel promptly left with Jenny McCarthy and Pam Anderson at the end of the night. It's
most likely.
The only thing that was the only redeeming quality of that show was the fact of that they had 2 of the hottest women on the planet
at that time
involved in the championship match
at that time.
And 95, Jenny McCarthy and Pam Anderson were literally 1 and 2. And it didn't matter which one it was. It was just they were 1 and 2. That's all you needed to say. They're 1 and 2. How are they ranked? They're 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Yeah.
Like, but who's ahead of the other? It doesn't matter.
1 and 2. It doesn't matter.
It's 1 and 2. It doesn't matter. And just Pam, when Pam came out with Diesel had that. Nash had that fucking smirk on his face where I was just like, that motherfucker. He comes, and I like the Diesel reign in '95. I like Diesel as WWF champion. I know the majority of the public didn't, but I like Diesel, and I also like Shawn. And I thought that was again the only redeeming quality of that entire show was Shawn and Diesel, and the fact I'll give Lawrence Taylor credit, he did very, very well in a wrestling match. Lot better. He did very well. Very well.
My only issue was it
couldn't save the show.
Yeah,
and it shouldn't have been the main event. You're right.
All right, so that's done. I don't know what else to add to that because
no, we don't need to.
Said, yeah, exactly. So that brings us to WrestleMania 12.
This is a tough one.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Trust me.
Because Bret and Shawn, and it's a very polarizing match. I've seen a lot of people that hate it. and I've seen a lot of people that love it. I'm in the category of I love it.
Yeah, same. I didn't know people hated this match. What?
Yeah, I know. I didn't know until the internet, and then I was just like, "Wow, people hate this."
That's crazy pants, man. Like, I don't get that.
Same thing. Sean and Brett was, of course, excellent. One of the best championship matches in company history. It's a great story at the end.
Yeah.
Diesel and Taker was really fucking good too. It's an underrated match.
Oh, 1,000%.
Gold Dust and Piper, that was hysterical at certain points. And
so listen, like, if I know I've said this before, I think it was on the other show though, but if you listen to some of the stuff that Dustin Rhodes talks about, he talks about this. I forget where it is. Maybe it's Inside the Ropes, which is where he does a lot of that stuff, or it could be somewhere else. But he talks about this match between him and Piper and the tape segments where they're in the quote unquote parking lot,
right,
and just how wrong it went. Like, Piper was supposed to, like, split him open. He punched him, like, square in the head. Piper was supposed to get out of the way. Goldust ends up, or Dustin, whatever you want to call him, ends up, like, running him over, basically. Because, you know, he doesn't move. Roddy Piper does not move. So, he's telling us about how bad it went. Full on, like, hits him with, like, stuff, and, like, all of this. So, like, the optics of it, for me, after hearing that, I can't look at that match the same way anymore. I can't. And it was kind of a weird build, too, I felt like. You know, it's almost just like, all right, you guys need something to do, here you go. The other matches, like the Huckster and Natural Man, which I guess was like...
That was for, like, the free-for-all.
Yeah, the free-for-all,
yeah.
Exactly. So opening with British Bulldog, Owen, and Vader, which is just a weird matchup to me, versus Ahmed, Jake the Snake, and Yokozuna, was kind of like, what? But I see the stipulation was, had Yokozuna's team won, they get 5 minutes with Jim Cornette in the ring. So,
Not happening, motherfucker! Ain't happening!
Motherfucker!
I ain't doing that! Fuck you!
But this was... I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this was the first WrestleMania with Stone Cold as Stone Cold against Savio Vega.
Well, it was Stone Cold. It was Stone Cold. It was Steve Austin's first Mania period.
Yeah, that's what
because he came in late '95. So, yeah, it was Stone Cold's first WrestleMania against Vega, which he ended up getting the victory. I remember.
Yep.
One of the highlights was Ted DiBiase took a cup of Coke and dumped it on the soda on top of the referee, like to wake him up, which I always found kind of hilarious. But Diesel, that match, I still say it had 3 really good matches because I liked the backlot brawl. I thought that was fun, and the Warrior squashing Triple H is funny because
that's what I was gonna say.
It's the Warrior.
Like a less than a 2-minute match, and that was obviously retaliation from Vince about the whole Click thing when Nash and Hall left. But
no, that was before. Was
it?
It was before. That happened in May. So what his punishment was, he lost the King of the Ring that year because he was supposed to win it.
Well, I knew that, but I think this was part of it too.
Still. No, because this was 2 months. This was before because Shawn was champion when that happened.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So okay. This happened in May. This was no. They just wanted to put. They needed somebody to put over Warrior, so they just went with Triple H.
All right. So where do we rank this? That's the thing.
I'm going to put it in the good category because I think there's enough good in it.
All right, I agree.
You know, because the main event is excellent. It's one of the best, I think, all around matches in the company's long history, and also in WrestleMania history too. I hate the hate that it gets I just don't get it.
I don't understand it, honestly.
I've never understood it. I've never understood why this match kind of gets dragged out. It's like it shouldn't. Like it really shouldn't. So,
All right, so
I put it in the good category.
Okay, so that brings us to 12.
13.
Yeah, because that was 12. My bad. 13. Adder.
All right.
All I had to do was like look at my screen and I would see that, but you know.
And now we're getting to 12. I'm like, we just
We
did it.
fucking did that, bro. Yeah, 13.
13 is tough, and I'll tell you why. This was one of the tapes that I was sought after. I remember when BJ's in the wholesale club.
Yeah.
Get your mind out of the fucking gutter.
No, that's
But I
not why I
remember-
was laughing. Just the fact that you were looking for it in BJ's. That was it.
Yeah, it was BJ's Wholesale Club used to sell the tapes, the WrestleMania tapes, because they had box sets. A box set that they really started to get into box sets around when it hit like 13, 14, 15. So they would sell the individual tapes for like $10 a piece. And
Gotcha.
one of the tapes that I was looking for was Mania 13. And the reason for was because of the match between Brett and Steve Austin, and then Taker winning the title against Sid Vicious. Mind you, I think quite differently of the show. I also know more of the politics in the show as I've gotten older.
Yeah.
So because Mania, it was supposed to be Shawn and Brett again, but Shawn lost a smile, so Shawn didn't perform in the main event. Kind of quit on the company a little bit at the worst possible time, and Brett got stuck with Steve Austin, even though he had already faced him like 4 months previously. So there was just a lot of things that were going on behind the scenes that were kind of causing a little havoc into this thing. And then Taker main eventing and winning the championship from Sid. I thought the Nation of Domination against LOD and Ahmed Johnson was fun. Kind of a cluster of a street fight, but it was still I thought it was fun. But I don't think that it's a kind of a show with one memorable match, and that was it. Everything else was kind of the Sultan versus Rocky Maivir for the IC title. Like, come on, people. Like, it's just all the headbangers winning a fucking fatal 4-way tag team match. So I'm putting Mania 13 in the bad category.
Oh, you're putting it in the bad category.
I'm putting it in the bad category.
Okay.
I think it's a bad show. Other than Austin and Brett, there's really not much else. So I kind of it's an excellent match. It's one of the greatest in WrestleMania history, but it doesn't do enough to carry it out of the mud that it's in.
Yeah, and listen, like I get it. I was just thinking you were going to put it in the Mac category, more or less because of Undertaker and Psycho Sid, but I get it. I do.
It was a slow main event. It really wasn't even that good. The only fun parts was when like Bret Hart would come out and then the Undertaker would kick his ass more. But that was it. Like that was it.
Yeah. All right. So then that moves us on to 14.
This really has a soft spot for us. But honestly,
Listen,
it has.
If you want to put it in the bad category, because I know you're
No.
discrepancies.
I'm not saying because it's a really good show.
It
But
is.
it also gets the hometown boost because it was in Boston.
It was in Boston, correct?
So it's one of those deals where I'm like, okay,
But
it's going to get more points.
So
but it
here's
also,
what I'm going to tell you, man. I'm going to cut you
Okay.
off, but here's what I'm going to tell you, because I think this is important, right? I think the first half of the show is dog shit. I think the second half is way better than the first half. So just the second half alone, so matches 5 through 8, you have The Rock with the Nation versus Ken Shamrock for the Intercontinental title. You have Cactus Jack and Saw Charlie, Terry Funk, Mick Foley against the New Age Outlaws in a dumpster match. Then I would almost argue that this is like the first main event of two, even though it wasn't billed as such. Undertaker versus Kane. And then you have Steve Austin winning the title for the first time in Boston, as you said, versus Shawn Michaels.
With Mike Tyson as a special
With Mike Tyson as a special enforcer, you're right. So I think just on that alone, the second half is way better than the first half.
European title match between Owen and Triple H was pretty good too.
It was good, but nobody cared.
LOD making the return in the Battle Royal, that got a pretty decent reaction for it.
That's true too. Yeah.
I remember also The Rock had like an interview with Jennifer Flowers, which was hysterical because I think that was the first time that he ended up saying, quoting himself in the third person. So it was kind of like The Rock becoming The Rock in that essence.
Yep.
This was a great show. I think Mania 14 belongs in the good category just because not only the historical significance of it, but I also think it's just a really good show anyways. You're right. The second half really shines. First half, there are some okay things, but
yeah.
Shows you how they were going fucking nuts with Sable. That Sable match, they were going absolutely crazy for it. So
yeah.
The crowd was really into it for that match, so I can't really knock it too much because everybody was going crazy for Sable back then. So
yeah, you're not wrong. All right, so that would bring us to 15 because I don't think we have much else to say about 14. So 15 was the first
the Raging
WrestleMania matchup.
Climax.
Yeah. Not only that, but it was the first matchup of Steve Austin and The Rock at WrestleMania. And ironically enough, as I'm looking at this, Shawn Michaels was then European champion. Sable was the women's champion. Road Dogg was the Intercontinental champion.
Don't you mean Shane McMahon?
No, that's not what it says. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the wrong one.
That's fine.
Hold on. Yeah, so Shane was the European champion against X-Pac. I apologize.
Shawn was in his retirement at that point.
Yeah,
he was at the show, though.
I'm just like reading it wrong at this point.
No, that's fine.
Not Irish Light Crossing. And then on Heat, they had the tag team title matches: D'Lo and Test against Strauss and the Godfather. That's an interesting match. I'm sorry, that was the Hardcore Championship. Jeez. And then tag match was Owen and Jeff versus D'Lo and Test. Ironically enough, but
Yep.
Okay. Butterbean and Bart Gunn for the Brawl for All. Forgot about that. Forgot that existed. I
think they're still trying to wake Bart Gunn up from that punch.
Yeah. Seriously. And then Undertaker and Big Boss Man in the Hell in the Cell was another highlight. Yeah, I know, I remember. For me, I'll let you talk in a sec, but like for me, this is like meh. I think Steve Austin and Rock carry this. I think the other matches are decent for what they are, but it wasn't anything spectacular. Your thoughts?
You could argue that yes, Steve Austin and Rock, this was their first match on a pay-per-view for the title, for the WWE Championship, because they had wrestled before on pay-per-view. I think it was at D-Generation X pay-per-view, December of '97. That was the famous one where he drove the pickup down. Yep. It was right after he won the Intercontinental Championship from Owen the second time at Survivor Series. So it was their first kind of main event first time matchup. And I thought they had a better match at Backlash the next month for the return. And it was also, I thought, the weakest of the three of the trilogy matches that they had. It's still very good.
It's good, yeah.
Um,
but I would argue the same point. It's not as strong as the other two.
WWF pay-per-views in 1999, the majority of them were fucking garbage. Their TV was doing great in spite of that, but every pay-per-view that they had that year seemed to be just awful.
Yeah,
they were just
we talked about that. Yeah,
it was bad, and it wasn't like 98. 98, I felt like that they were just on fire with every show, every pay-per-view they were hitting. 99 was a completely different story. And I just think that I can't look at Mania 15 fondly because I think the undercard is low. I think the main event there have been better. In my opinion, it's a bad show. Like it's a bad Mania. But you say it's meh. So I don't know if you want to leave it in the middle. I'm going to leave it up to you on this.
You know what? We can put it in bad because the main event doesn't save the rest of it.
It doesn't, because it wasn't the best main event of the three that they've had.
Yeah.
And I feel like their return match a month later at Backlash was better. And I'm not the only one that says that. I know people that have seen that match and are just like, you're kind of right. So that's just my opinion.
No, and like I said, I agree, because again, you have the main event, which wasn't bad. It wasn't the best they've had, which you could make the argument holds it back. And the undercard is decent at best.
Yes.
Okay, so that would bring us to WrestleMania 16, aka WrestleMania 2000. Also a very popular wrestling game in its own right.
Yes. Very good show. Very good game. No Mercy was better, but I thought that Mania 2000 was also pretty good.
Well, I think Mania 2000 came first, and then No Mercy, if I'm not mistaken.
It did.
So
yeah,
it
did.
Sense. Yeah.
But it was the first one under the THQ engine, so it was really good. Mm-hmm. But I No Mercy I thought was just that much better. But
I agree.
See, Mania 2000 at the time, I was so mad because of the ending of the main event. As time has gone on, I'm like, it wasn't so bad. The triangle ladder match was just off the wall. Like, nobody had ever seen tag teams just throwing each other through tables and ladders. It was ridiculous. And that match is also one of the best ones in company history.
Yeah, absolutely.
The main event, as time has gone on, I don't hate it as much. I hated the finish when I was a kid, but now I'm just like, it wasn't so bad.
It wasn't awful.
It wasn't awful.
I think part of it was just like the hatred that Triple H had at that time period. But looking back on it now, I agree, it wasn't awful.
So I don't think it's a bad pay-per-view, but I don't think it's a great pay-per-view either. So I'm going to put it in the meh category.
Yeah, and listen, I think that's fair. So just to kind of go through some of those, because I think it's important, because some of these were actually not bad. I'm just going to do the good ones, but you had the Hardcore Battle Royal, which I thought was fun.
Honestly. It was fun, yeah.
You had TNA, so Test and Albert with Trish Stratus defeating, of all things, Head Cheese, Al Snow and Steve Blackman. You had the Triangle Ladder match for the WWF Tag Team titles, like you said. I don't. The cat fight was stupid. I'm not even The intergender tag team match I thought was kind of stupid too. So it was China and Too Cool versus the Radicals, Perry Saturn, Dean Malenko, and Eddie Guerrero.
Oh God, I remember that.
Yeah, that was stupid. And apparently one of the matches was a 2-fall triple threat match.
Yeah. No, that was good.
For the IC and European Championships. That was good.
That was really good.
Yeah. So Benoit won the IC belt, or what was it, 2007 redacted, and Chris Jericho won the European belt. And then this one was stupid to me, and I have to bring it up because it's such a mismatch. Kane and Rikishi with Paul Bearer versus DX, which was X-Pac and Road Dogg with Tori Wilson.
Oh God, I remember that.
So I think, just saying, to put that on a bow, Met is a good choice.
Yeah, Met is a good choice.
So then we're moving on to WrestleMania 17 or X7.
Just move it on over to the good side. Just put it right over there.
Yep.
I don't think we.
No, I agree. So just to kind of go through some of these matches, because I think this was a very strong card from start to finish. Jericho versus Regal for the IC belt. Taz and the APA. And Jacqueline for some reason.
Defeating. It's right to censor.
Yeah, right to censor. So it was the Good Father, a.k.a. Godfather, Val Venus, which I don't remember his name. And
Bull Buchanan.
Yeah, Bull Buchanan and Stevie Richards. Kane defeating Raven and the Big Show.
That was a fun match.
That was fun. Eddie Guerrero defeating Test. Yeah. Kurt Angle defeating Benoit. All the matches, as much as we want to hate on Chris Benoit for what he did, the matches he had with Kurt Angle were nothing short of just phenomenal.
They were fantastic.
Yep. China defeating Ivory for the Women's Championship. Shane versus Vince. Or Redacted, I apologize.
So many Redacted on this show.
Yep. So that was one where like Linda was like paraplegic for whatever reason. The rematch, tables, ladders, and chairs match for the WWE Tag Team titles. Iron Sheik winning the gimmick battle royal. Undertaker defeating Triple H. And Steve Austin defeating The Rock in a no DQ for the WWF Championship. There was no duds in that card, I feel like.
The best match of their trilogy, too. That was the best match of the trilogy.
I agree. X7 for Austin and The Rock was nothing short of just a phenomenal matchup.
One of the best sets ever. Top to bottom, probably it's right up there with 3 as far as top to bottom. One of the best shows in company history.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every time I hear My Way, I just automatically start thinking about Mania 17.
I can't listen to any of those songs anymore.
Why not?
Because I've seen a clip of JR like, oh, Creed for like the 90th time. so like anytime I hear all those songs they played back then, I just kind of can't. I just kind of can't do it. I do want to move on because I want to see how far we can get, even though I know you texted me saying we should only do the first X amount. But so moving on to X8, number 18.
Bad placement. Main event should have been Hogan and Rock.
Yep.
Taker and Flair was fucking fun though.
That was fun.
That was a really fun match. Jericho and Triple H was kind of
Yep.
Rest of the card was kind of
Yeah.
I don't consider it bad though. I don't consider it good either. So I put it in the meh category.
All right, we can do that. I think that's a fair placement, honestly, given how we both feel about it. So that would bring us to X9, number 19.
Yes. I would put that in the good category just because of you got Hogan and McMahon. Third match for Triple H. Third match for Brock and Austin.
Yep.
And then you had Brock and Angle as your main event. And all those matches hit. Every match. And Shawn Michaels Jericho was also fucking phenomenal.
Yeah.
So there were multiple matches on that card that were just like hit, banger, 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 banger. So just think about it. 2 years later, they're hitting on everything with their, and that was like Ruthless Aggression era. I feel like that was almost like their peak.
Yeah.
As far as the shows are concerned. So.
Yep. No, I listen. I mean, for all those matches that were on that card, I mean, you could make the argument that all of them were good.
Oh yeah, all really good.
Even the women's match, I didn't think was awful. I hated
maybe the cat fight girl match you could have got left up, but I don't know.
No, that was what 17 or 18, I think.
I thought it was 19. The Miller Lite cat fight girls.
I mean, I don't see it. The only women's match I see is Trish Stratus versus Victoria.
Oh, okay.
And Jazz, excuse me. Yeah, I think that one was like 17. Let me see if I can go back real quick. Let's see. I don't even see it there either. But I know which one you're talking about. I saw it earlier.
Right.
I was just like, all right, whatever. I'm not going to comment about that. All right. So that wraps the X10s, so to speak. And then moving right along to number 20.
Oof.
I feel like this can go either way.
Well, the problem with 20 is that it hasn't aged well at all.
That's why I'm saying it can go either way.
It hasn't aged well at all.
No, it hasn't.
The only thing that I could think of that was really, well, there are two things. Taker coming back as the dead man, but the match sucked.
Mm-hmm.
And Eddie and Angle. Yes,
That's
the main
true.
event. The main event was good. I get that. But I really don't like to celebrate that match at all, considering the participants.
That's why it's very difficult to rank this, I feel like. Because you're right. Like the first two matches prior to this was Angle and Kane. I'm sorry, Angle and Eddie and Undertaker and Kane. Both great matches.
Well, not the second one. Not Taker and Kane. I thought that
the fact that he
entrance was
came
fun.
back the way he did. And stuff,
Yes,
yeah.
that was
the
that
match
was the
itself,
moment. Yeah, the match not so much. But I thought the moment was good.
The two matches prior to that were not great, in my opinion. The match right before that was Goldberg and Lesnar, which just never found their groove. And I don't know, like I it's weird because if you look at this, so again, like just for those that don't know, like I'm on Wikipedia, so it says the first match is John Cena versus Big Show for the United States Championship. We're not talking like, Marine yet, I feel like.
No.
The next one is RVD and Booker T defeat Garrison Cade and Mark Jindrak, the Dudley Boys, and La Resistance for the World Tag Team titles.
Right.
Then you have Kristen and Jericho, which wasn't bad.
That was the famous Trish Stratus turn.
Yep. And then this one, after Jericho and Christian, is Randy Orton, Batista, and Ric Flair Evolution versus the Rock and Sock Connection of The Rock and Mick Foley.
That was decent. Not great, but decent.
You're right, but at the same token, that's match number 4.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense where it is. Especially given the popularity of both stables.
I would put it in the bad category. That's my opinion.
I mean, listen, I can't sit here and disagree with you.
There's not much to celebrate, in my opinion of it, except Eddie and Angle, and then I like the Taker and Kane kind of setup and Taker coming back, but I wasn't. The match kind of left a lot to be desired. So
Yeah. All right. I know your thought was to end this segment here. Do you want to keep going or you want to stop?
up to you, boss.
I feel like I mean, listen, this is why I'm gonna make the argument that we just keep going because I feel like the 20s are gonna go pretty quick.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that.
I just feel like those are gonna.
No,
go
I
quick.
understand. The next 20 are probably going to go quick because we're really, yeah, that's fine.
All right, so that would bring us to number 21 then.
Taker and Orton was really good. Angle and HBK also really good. I thought Triple H and Batista, they would have better matches that year, but I also thought the match was solid. Cena and JBL. Eddie and Ray had a good match.
Come on, what about Akabono and Big Show? The sumo match.
I know. I'm
kidding.
I'm refusing to acknowledge it.
I know. Don't worry. I got it. Don't worry.
Oh, first Money in the Bank match too.
Yeah, that's right. So Edge defeating Jericho, Shelton Benjamin, Chris Benoit, Christian with Tyson and Tomko, and Kane.
I'll put that in the great good category.
Yeah, I was gonna say if we don't, I think we gotta talk more about it. But
yeah,
I have to agree. I mean, there was like one or two duds, but they were definitely overshadowed by the rest of the card. All right, so then number 22.
Taker and Mark Henry. I thought Mark Henry was a really weak opponent for Taker, especially coming off the match that he had with Angle the month before. Ray winning the title was kind of a forced moment because of what happened to Eddie.
Right.
And that's always kind of bothered me. They also got like 6 minutes for the triple threat match, which I thought was rough.
Yeah.
Shawn and Vince, that was a good story. That was a pretty fun match.
Yep.
And I thought the main event between Triple H and Cena was very good too. It was, but
so
Mickey James and Trish was fun too. So.
Oh yeah, that was fun. And Tori Wilson and Candice Michelle was definitely fun too.
Yeah.
This to me though is meh.
Yeah, I was gonna say meh.
Yeah.
Because there were good things, but there were also some things that was just like, well, what the fuck?
Yeah, and like I'm looking at the card and I'm just I'm not blown away. I'm not hating it, but I'm not blown away. Go ahead.
What would have helped it is because Bret Hart got inducted into the Hall of Fame that weekend. Mm-hmm. Is if Bret Hart did a run-in during the HBK and Vince match, then it would probably get in the good and great category. But considering he didn't do the run-in, I'm like, eh. But Taker not getting a really decent opponent for the streak he's got, I'm trying to knock Mark Henry, because I like Mark Henry. But it just, I felt like was not an opponent that was befitting The Undertaker at that point with the streak that was going on. So I feel like the next year they started to take it more seriously after the Orton year. So, but yeah, 22, I just put in the meh category.
Yeah, no, it's hard to disagree with that. Okay, so that would bring us to number 23.
Taker and Batista was really good.
Yep.
Shawn and Cena, also very good.
Yeah, that one was good.
The Battle of the Billionaires was a fun storyline. Plus, we got to see Austin stun the President of the United States, even though he sold it like death.
Future president.
Yes, well, future President of the United States.
So there was also the ECW Originals versus the New Breed, which was...
I was happy for that.
Yeah, it was all right. I was glad that ECW they won.
Like this, yeah, like you had the Sandman, Tommy Dreamer, and Sabu and RBD winning at Mania. Yeah. That was cool. Yeah. That was kind of like a soft spot moment. I was just like, oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Rest of it.
I mean, listen, for the time period, right? I like the Money in the Bank. I like that Kennedy won. Because at that time...
And his promo.
Yeah, his promo was mint. Yeah, absolutely. Just, they didn't do anything with it because of backstage drama.
Well, no, he had wellness violations too. So
that's true too.
He kind of was his own worst enemy at a certain point. So I put 23 in the meh category.
Okay, I'm not going to disagree. I had it there as well. Which kind of sucks because I didn't hate it, but it's
not good. Great.
It's not good. Yeah, exactly. It's not great. I should say. All right, so then that would bring us to number 24.
Taker and Edge was fantastic. Cena, Orton, and Triple H was a good triple threat match with the right guy winning with Orton retaining.
Yep.
Flair and Michaels is a classic.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Mayweather and Big Show was entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Even JBL and Finlay was fun. Especially when JBL hucked the trash can at Hornswoggle. It's one of my favorite clips ever.
Man. Yeah.
The Money in the Bank match was good too, with CM Punk winning it. So I'm going to put it in the good category. I'm going to put it in the good category. I feel like it's an excellent show. Like it's an excellent Mania. The main event, the main matches are really good. Both title matches are really good, which is sometimes really hard to come by. So, yeah, I put it in the good category.
Okay. So then 25.
Ugh.
You just want to put it in the bad now?
Taker and Michael should have finished it. They should have closed it out.
I agree.
The rest of the card was really bad. There were some matches on there that were really, really bad. So yeah, I put it in the bad category.
Honestly, like the biggest thing for me was Santina winning the women's battle royal, or Miss WrestleMania Royal.
I think that was the last well-attended WrestleMania party I had.
Because it wasn't good.
Yeah, that was the last but the whole house, I don't think I've ever seen my house as loud as it was during Michaels and Taker. Like that was a masterpiece because my house was, I remember the party, there were so many people that were hooked into that and watching that and just like hooked. First Tombstone, it's just like everybody's like, yes, streak it. Oh, he kicked out. What? But it doesn't save it. It doesn't save the card.
No, it doesn't.
So I put it in the bad category.
All right, not gonna argue that. So then next up is 26.
Taker and Michaels again, excellent. Everything else, there was nothing really bad on the show that I remembered, but there was nothing really good either. So I put it in the meh category.
Yep, I would have to agree with that because it's just the truth. Like just looking at some of them, it's just like Undertaker and Michaels. That was a good match.
Yep.
Cena and Batista was okay. I'm not even gonna get into the 10 Diva tag match because it's just a clusterfuck. Jericho and Edge, Brett and Mr. McMahon, you could make the argument, was entertaining.
Yeah, it was entertaining.
You knew what you were getting.
But it wasn't yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Ray versus Punk, kind of knew what you were getting.
Yeah.
And then, like, the other ones, too. I'm not going to go through all this, but you kind of knew what you were getting, which, it was good for what it was, but it wasn't great. So then, that would bring us to number 27.
Ooh. This,
Oh, man.
oof. Taker and Triple H was really good, but their match a year later was better.
Yep.
They gave Jerry Lawler and Michael Cole like 20. It was the longest match of the night. I think it went like 25, 30 minutes. It was fucking ridiculous. It was bad.
It's about 30 minutes.
It was
Undertaker.
It was.
Oh, Michael Cole and Jerry Lawler.
Michael Cole and Jerry Lawler.
No, that one was right before that, so it kind of blends together. That one was only about 14.
It still was bad.
It was
really bad.
It was stupid.
Edge beating Del Rio, which turned out to be Edge's last match in the company for like 9 years.
Yep.
I gotta put it in the bad category. It's a bad show. Miz and Cena was not good.
No, I didn't expect it to be, honestly.
And then they had to get The Rock in there to kind of, you'd be the host. Yeah, but shitty show.
Yeah, but shitty
Yeah,
show.
go ahead.
Exactly. All right, so number 28.
End of an era Hell in a Cell between Taker and Triple H was excellent.
Yep.
Punk and Jericho, excellent. Cena and Rock was really, really good. Another excellent match, kind of build up. There were some other things that happened at that show that I really enjoyed. I remember just really enjoying it. There was a few things that may have happened on the undercard. I was just like, well, that was dumb. Like Daniel Bryan losing to Sheamus in like 28 seconds.
Oh, man. 18,
but
yeah.
Yeah, but other than that, I thought it was I'm going with it's a good show. It's a great Mania.
I mean, listen, I would agree. We've actually talked about this one in the past, and some of the stuff that happened in the card, as you said, yeah, whatever. But at the same token, overall, it's a decent card. Had some great highlights to it. CM Punk and Jericho, Rock and Cena, those last two matches, truthfully, were pretty good. I'll just leave it at such. Sheamus and Daniel Bryan, yeah, it didn't make sense, but truthfully, I didn't hate it. I did not subscribe to the Yes Movement, sorry.
We'll talk about that soon.
Yep, I know it's coming. All right, so then we'll move on to 29. Your thoughts?
Other than Punk Taker, another show that was just like, what the fuck? Like it. Even Brock and Triple H, I felt like was underwhelming. It was the last pay-per-view I did pay full price for, so that was good. Because we enter the network era a year later. But I just remember just hating this so much.
Yeah, I did not like this. So if you don't put it in the bad category, I'm going to.
Yeah, you can because
Okay.
it's
Just because
I paid $75 for it, so I'm like, why?
I mean, listen, this is just stupid. Like, I'm just gonna go through the matches very, 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 very quickly. In the pre-show, Miz defeating Wade Barrett. Starting the show was The Shield defeating Big Show, Randy Orton, and Sheamus.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Henry defeating Ryback. Team Hell No, which was Daniel Bryan and Kane defeating Big E and Dolph. Fandango defeating Chris Jericho. Alberto Del Rio, as you mentioned, I think you mentioned it anyways, defeating Jack Swagger. Taker defeating CM Punk with Paul Heyman. Triple H defeating Brock. And Cena defeating The Rock. It's not a great card. Even on paper, it's not a great card.
The only solace that came out was the next night when Dolph Ziggler cashed in his Money in the Bank on Del Rio. That got an insane pop. One of the loudest pops I had heard in a very long time was when he cashed in. That was the only good thing to really come out of that weekend. Cena beating Rock for the title didn't really mean anything.
Yeah,
It
like
didn't
a
help
year
Cena
later.
at all.
Exactly.
All it did was hurt CM Punk because Punk had to drop the title to Rock for a rematch that really nobody wanted, nobody had asked for. So bad show.
Yeah, like I said, man. All right, so then that would bring us to WrestleMania 30.
Hindsight being what it is, I think the Yes Movement was a bust. I don't think it really did anything for anybody at the time. There were people pissed off about the Batista thing, and it was just like, if you gave Batista the title, he would have been on the red carpet with the championship going to Guardians of the Galaxy, which they didn't think was going to be a hit, which turned out to be one of the biggest hits for Marvel.
Yep.
And he would have been going on the pressers and all that stuff with the championship. But the fucking idiot wrestling fans, the delusional fans that they are sometimes, they had to have Daniel Bryan in the main event. And he got pushed there.
This was stupid in that respect because he was defeating Triple H to get there.
Yes.
And you could have had a full Evolution stable main event.
I actually was rooting for Triple H to beat him.
Me too.
And then walking out with the championship just to tell all the haters to go fuck themselves.
Well, even if it wasn't Triple H, like you said, it could have been Triple H added to the match and then Batista wins, which, as you said, would have made sense.
Batista winning made perfect sense. And then everybody rejected it. And I was just like, but he's going to be in a fucking Marvel movie. Like, that was my logic the whole time. I just kept repeating to everybody, he is going to be in a fucking Marvel movie.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want him as champion. I do.
Yeah.
If he's going to be in fucking Marvel movies, I want him to hold the belt. Fuck it.
Yep.
And they didn't pull the trigger.
Product placement.
Yeah. They didn't pull the trigger on it. So instead, we got fucking Goat Boy as champion. And because of that, also, because I think Vince was so fucking pissed on what they were doing, Vince went to Taker and said, "You're losing to Brock," because he wanted to fuck the audience over.
Yeah, you've said that in the past too.
That show just bothered me from almost beginning to end because it was like you had Cena beat Bray Wyatt when Bray Wyatt shouldn't have been losing at that effort at that point. And so, yeah, you can put it right in the bad. Put it right in the fucking bad.
Yeah.
Like, I think Mania...
I wasn't even going to wait for you to finish, I knew.
Yeah, no, I just think it is a highly overrated show. I think everybody looks at it glowingly when they shouldn't. Because it's just... No. You should have known when Hogan came out and called the Superdome the Silver Dome. You should have known, we're in for a rough night. So,
all right. So moving on to WrestleMania play button. I mean WrestleMania 31.
This is a tough one.
I agree.
Because the finish to the main event, well, actually, the main event itself was really fucking good. And then Seth inserted himself, and it became like a really kind of replayable moment.
Yeah.
I thought the ladder match was good for the Intercontinental title. Right guy won because I felt like Bryan and Daniel Bryan in the Intercontinental scene. I'm like, okay, I'm fine with that. So him winning didn't bother me. But there are some things like Taker and Bray, not great.
I agree.
Sting and Triple H, what the fuck? Like,
It
you're
had
just,
such potential, and they.
I'm like, you're just scratching your head, like. So, with all that in mind, I'm just like, I'll put it in the meh category. It's a meh show.
Okay. I don't disagree. Like, even Cena and Rusev, like, why?
Well, Rusev did come out in a tank. That was fun, but
No, but I mean,
You know.
just the match itself. It's like,
yeah, it was
Why?
it was random.
all right. So we have about 7 or so left. So WrestleMania 32.
Was the one in Dallas, first one.
Yep.
Roman and Triple H were boring as fuck.
Yeah, it's not great.
Taker and Shane, uneventful. The women's triple threat match was really good.
Yep, that was good.
But that was pretty much it. So I'm putting this in the bad category.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree. My issue with this one is, as I almost moved all that shit over, is the fact that of all the people The Rock was going to face, it was Eric Rowan.
Yeah.
Like, just kind of felt a little fucking weird. And Brock with Dean Ambrose, I thought was kind of weird. I don't know. Like, I felt like this card had potential looking at it, but at the same token, it just effing did not. Some fun matches, but a lot of it just kind of fell short, honestly, in my opinion. All right, so we'll move on to WrestleMania 33.
Pretty good moments. I thought I liked Brock and Goldberg a lot. And it was like 4 minutes, but it was excellent because it was just a car crash.
Yeah.
I thought AJ and Shane was decent. I thought Owens and Jericho was decent. Orton and Bray Wyatt I thought was underwhelming. I was hoping for so much more.
Yeah.
Taker and Roman was just hard to watch.
Yeah.
Taker physically at this point, I'm just like, you shouldn't even fucking be in there, and you know it. You know it. You shouldn't even be in this.
Yep.
I do remember bawling like a baby at the end of it for different reasons. It was hard, man. It was hard to watch. Like you're watching. It was the part that got me was when Taker did the sit up and then he fell over immediately. I was like, oh fuck. That was where I was hitting. I'm like, oh no. Which was very clever in the match, but by the way, to kind of add that in there.
Right.
The Hardy Boys, I remember coming back. That was kind of that was fun. Shit.
I didn't.
I feel like I want to. I'm going to put this in the meh category.
All right.
I don't know why.
Are you
I
going to
don't
hate
know
me
why.
if I put this in the bad? Because
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not.
I'm gonna put it in the bad then because
That's fine.
honestly, a lot of this is like gimme shit.
Oh, the Nikki Bella and fucking John Cena proposal.
That's why
too.
it's gimme
Yeah,
shit.
you're right. It's going in there.
Yeah, I
Fuck
mean,
that.
there's that against the Miz and Maurice. Seth Rollins versus Triple H was like they had to keep saying it was unsanctioned, which I thought was stupid. You're right about Orton and Bray Wyatt. You're right about Brock and Goldberg, but whatever. Naomi winning the belt, whatever. It felt flat. All right, 34.
Main event sucked. Roman and Brock. Complete fucking stupidity on their parts to book that there. Shinsuke and AJ underwhelmed.
Yep, 100%.
Asuka and Charlotte was really good. Can argue though that the wrong person won.
Yeah.
An IC match was really good, I thought, between Rollins. It was Rollins, Balor, and Miz?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that was really good. I remember Seth Rollins had like the look of what's his face, the Ice King from Game of Thrones. Like I remember there was like a Game of Thrones tie-ins in almost every match because it was like the hot show at the time. Taker beating Cena was good. That was fun for like 3 minutes. It was good to see Taker kind of like it was a lot. It was a short sample Windows size, but at least it was better than what he looked like the year before.
Right.
The main event really hurts it because that main event was dog.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
Ronda and Kurt Angle against Stephanie and Triple H was good. So I'm going to put it in the meh category.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's a mess show. It's not the best, it's not the worst, but I think that's a fair assessment. All right, so then we would move on to 35.
One Jersey.
Yep.
Yeah.
MetLife.
One Jersey. Kofi Mania. Kofi Mania I liked. I thought the match was good.
Right.
Rollins and Brock was good. Rollins winning the title I was happy with. I just didn't like how his character was afterwards. But that's not a
sure we'll get to that.
That's a fight for another day. Long ass show.
Yeah.
Long. But I thought the triple threat match between Ronda and Becky and Charlotte was decent.
Yeah, that was good.
There's some other bad parts to it, like Baron Corbin beating Kurt Angle.
I mean, that's on Vince.
That was fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Just bad. Another one that's a meh.
Yeah.
It's a meh show.
I agree. There's a lot to it that you could make the argument for, but there's a lot that you can't justify it.
Right.
All right. So we're on to 36.
It's a tough one to grade.
I agree.
Because it was at the Performance Center.
Well, I mean, this, from what I'm reading, is the first two-night WrestleMania too.
Yes.
And it's, ironically funny in the sense that it's at the Performance Center, like you said, because all things considered, it's a pretty stacked card, honestly.
A very stacked card. No, it's a very stacked card. Taker and AJ I liked because in fact when it was over, I'm like, Taker should retire. I'm like, he's not going to do better than this. He's not going to do better, and luckily he did for now.
Yep.
But that I remember really enjoying it because it was cinematic. Came out and left to Metallica, so I was cool with it.
Yeah. Which
apparently was the rumor that Metallica was actually going to perform for him when he came out, which of course didn't happen, but still came out to Metallica. I really liked the Boneyard match. I have a soft spot for it, and it did create some fun memes. And I like the Firefly Funhouse match too with Cena and Bray. It kind of, it kind of undid the wrongs of 2014 at WrestleMania 30, unringing that bell. I feel bad for Drew because Drew really should have had like a coronating moment, and unfortunately, it just didn't really have the same feel because it wasn't in front of like an audience. I'm gonna give it a meh. Because I did like Rhea and Charlotte. That was their first WrestleMania matchup, and I
it was for the NXT title, which
at
that
point,
I thought
it was
never been defended on a pay-per-view for WWE.
Thought it was really, really good too.
It was a good match. Yeah.
So I'm gonna put it in the meh category because I feel like giving it just automatically bad because the COVID thing is just kind of a cop out.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like they tried, considering the circumstances. They gave a shot. They gave it a solid effort.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's hard to really hold that against them.
I can't.
Yeah.
And automatically putting it in the bad category, I think, is just unfair because they were trying everything they could to try to make that as entertaining as possible.
Yep. Nope. I would agree. All right, so moving right along to WrestleMania 37.
Good main event. At least the second night and the first night.
I would agree. Yeah, 100%.
Bianca and Sasha night one was the main event, which was really good. I gotta kind of, even though I've had my own personal opinion, I'll go with.
We'll get to that after.
We'll get to that later. But I thought there was a really solid first night. And then Drew beating Lashley beating Drew was kind of unexpected, but I thought it was still pretty good.
It's weird that was the first match too. I felt.
Yeah, it was like that. That was the opener for night one, and I felt bad for Drew because it was like he didn't have like his moment in the sun when he was in front of a crowd,
right?
And he ends up losing this match. I was like, oh, that's rough.
I think this is for me anyways. I think it's tough because it's a great card. I just felt like some of the lineup and the booking decisions in general didn't make a lot of sense.
Like, that's fair.
I get AJ and Omos, I get it, but what have you done with Omos since then is part of my issue.
That's very true.
Strowman and Shane doesn't make any effing sense at all.
Didn't make any sense.
Yeah. Bad Bunny and Damian Priest versus the Miz and John Morrison. I get it. You're trying to involve Bad Bunny.
That was better than I expected, actually.
That's the next comment I was going to make. Bad Bunny, both during that match and after that match when he fought Damian Priest, has proven that he can do this. Shifting the night to Randy Orton and The Fiend was kind of like, eh.
That wasn't good.
Yeah. Nia and Shayna versus Natalya and Tamina for the women's tag belts. KO defeating Sammy with Logan Paul in that match, I thought was kind of ironically funny, given all things considered now. Sheamus versus Riddle, like, okay. Apollo Crews versus Big E, eh. And then the last two, you already kind of talked about. Rhea defeating Asuka, I thought was a great match. And Roman defeating Edge and Daniel Bryan as kind of the kickoff to the Tribal Chief almost.
That should be his that picture of him pinning both of them should be plastered on every single poster possible right now, just because of the fact that they're both in AEW. I find it hysterical.
So where do you want to rank this then?
I'm going to put in the meh category.
Okay.
Like, I don't consider it good. I don't consider it bad. I just put it in the meh category.
All right. So we only got two more. So the next one is 38.
38. Cody coming back is a big one.
Yep. I agree.
Becky and Bianca was excellent. Really, really good. I also like Bianca's entrance a lot. I think that was the one she had like the high school band come out and played her. Fucking fantastic.
You can't forget Stone Cold on night one.
Yeah, that was a big one. That was a really big one, and the match was a lot better than I expected it was going to be.
Oh yeah,
it was an actual full match. Night two, the only thing that really the main event I felt like, but the problem is too that was like the third time that those guys had faced.
Yep.
At Mania, so it was kind of like. Sami Zayn and Knoxville were fucking hilarious.
That was a good match, yeah.
That was really good.
I have to put this in meh, if not good.
No, it's in good. In my opinion, it's in the good category. Yeah. I don't consider it bad by any means. So I would put it in the good category.
Alright, so we agree then. And then lastly, but certainly not leastly, 39.
Charlotte and Rhea, their best match so far.
Yep, I would agree.
Cody and Roman had a hell of a match. I hated that fucking finish, but they had a real damn good match.
Totally agree.
Usos versus KO and Sammy was fucking great too.
I mean, listen, not to beat around the bush with this one, but listen, I would put this in good just for the fact that Shane blew both squads.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I'm gonna. This was gonna make it regard. You didn't even have to bring that up, and I'm just like, oh wait, now it's.
Of course, I had to.
Now it's in the good to great category. So, I mean, they had a rough patch for a bit. Like I'm looking at the charts. They had a rough patch for a bit where it was just like every other year, or they were kind of dealing with the bad manias. They had some real stinkers the last 10 years, but last two. Coming into this one, there's some hope there. 23 at least was the first one under Triple H completely. 22, that was still Vince, but this year again is another Triple H production. So I'm wondering how it's going to stand, but I feel like there's a lot more meh and good than there is bad, so that's a good thing.
I mean,
or is it pretty even keel?
Let's count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in good.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in meh. And 3, 6, 9, 12 in bad.
That's as divisive as you can get.
But I think every single one is fair.
I do too.
You know, I really do. But obviously, let us know in the comments which ones you feel maybe we got wrong. Let us know which ones you agree with even as well. So that way we can have some good conversations about your favorite WrestleManias potentially, as well as any that, like I said, we got wrong. Tell us why. Let us know. I know we had a third segment planned. I didn't produce a slide for that because I figured we could just end the show with Dan pontificating on why he does not like Mercedes Moné.
Or you could say Pontiac pennies.
Why don't you say that, which you already did.
So last night was the first real night, I guess you could say, that Mercedes kind of had the night to herself. And because it was the first night that it was after the announcement last week, because last week you can make the argument, well, it wasn't like it was directly announced. It was hinted, but it wasn't directly announced. Last night was the first night. And I feel like that she cut the exact same fucking promo that she did last week.
Because she did.
Nothing really changed. And when she came out, she really didn't get the response, the overwhelming response that as many people online, including in my own group chats, that believed, oh, of course, somebody's gonna come out with, well, she's not a draw. Like, tell me she's not a draw. And all I wanted to do was chime in and be like, well, she's not a draw, and let me tell you why. The ratings last night, they were at 801 last week. They were at 800,000 this week. So they went down by 1,000 viewers, which also means that this is their new ceiling. This is their new ceiling. 800,000. And the question is, are they going to be able to maintain at 800,000? Or is it going to slip more? Warner Brothers, I guess, is not really panicking about the ratings until they go below 500,000. I don't know if they're going to get to that level. Don't know. Can't tell you. They haven't hit 1 million in over a year. I do know that. And I was going to start the program off today. I really wanted to come out with and just start spitting fire on this situation because there are so many delusional wrestling fans right now that just, they put all their hopes and their dreams to this girl who has done nothing but proven to me that she is someone that you need to direct. She is not someone that will lead. And you are putting in her position right now where she has to lead. You are paying her like she has to lead. She can't lead. She has to be directed. She's proven that. She's not a good promo. She is unsure of herself with the promo. You have to wonder what she is going to be like when she gets in the ring. Because, of course, the ankle, all that you have to worry about. But, again, this is the same type of company and atmosphere that I have heard about when they signed Saraya, when they signed Taya Valkyrie, when they signed Deonna Purrazzo. All these girls that are supposed to come into this division and make it better. And each one of them have failed to get it out of the fucking mud. Britt Baker is a better version of Mercedes Moné in every single possible way, except maybe wrestling ability. And I wouldn't even know if I would put that in that category, because there's plenty of times with Mercedes that I have seen her botch. And she's not as good as she thinks she is. She thinks she's God's gift. And she's not God's gift. She's not God's gift. She ain't even on the ground floor. She was the fourth best of the four horsewomen. It's a simple, unadulterated fact.
But
Bayley
Dan, she's
is
a
going to
game changer.
She's going to be at Bayley's going to be at WrestleMania challenging for a championship. Becky Lynch is going to be challenging for a championship at WrestleMania. Charlotte is currently out with an injury. She'll probably be back real soon, probably before the end of the year. Mercedes has done nothing of value that has equaled what they have done. Her time in Japan was a fucking joke. She got exposed.
Hard.
And because of that, she decided, and the promo last week of when she was in Boston and glowing about thank you everybody and all this stuff, she didn't tell you the fact that she got paid a shit ton of money. More money than probably the entire locker room for women get paid. I've heard there are people in that locker room that are making 10% what she is. Average salary of an AEW talent now is $400,000. And you just paid her to come in and to lead this company and their women's division into a prominent place. When, as far as I'm concerned, you're not even ranked in the top 10. Bianca's better. Becky's better. Charlotte's better. Bayley's better. Rhea, so much better. Britt Baker, I would put her in a better category. I'm on Britt Baker's side on this. Years ago, I couldn't stand her, but now I'm coming into this and I'm just like, I feel bad for her. Because she built up AEW. She built up the women's division. She carried it for as long as she could. While being a dentist on top of it. And everybody's talking about Mercedes. And they're talking about her in this glowing light. And I don't understand why she gets a pass. I just don't. Because they shit on other women for less. But Sasha can go out. Mercedes can go out. Have temper tantrums left and right if she doesn't get her fucking way. And it's going to happen in AEW. But the difference is that WWE would say, fuck you, get out. Tony won't do that.
Yeah.
If she doesn't want to lose, she's not going to lose. Even if it's the right thing to do, she's not going to do it. She's going to hold that company hostage and that belt for as long as she wants. And I'm not sitting here and I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to sit here and say that I want AEW to fail. I don't. I never wanted AEW to fail. The problem is that I'm right. I needed to call things the right way. I would rather sit here and be wrong for a couple of years about a company instead of me getting behind them and then falling apart in the exact way that I knew that they would. That's lying to myself. That's lying to the audience. I would rather sit here and eat crow for a couple of years if I'm right in the long run. And that's what I've done with AEW. I told everybody, this is how it's going to go. And I ate shit for it for years. The last couple of years, everybody's starting to wake up. Everybody's starting to be like, and more people come to me and they're just like, you're right. You were right. I know I was right. Did I want to be right, though? Did I want to be right about a company that was supposed to be a legitimate threat to competition for WWE? No, I didn't want to be right. I wanted it to be as great as everybody was saying it was. But the problem is that I was already hearing from people before they had one fucking show that this was the greatest wrestling company of all time. Before they had one show. And that's the moment in my life I was just like, I can't deal with this. I can't. And I started looking at numbers. I started looking at trends. I started trying to figure some stuff out. Nothing's worked. You sign Okada. You sign Will Ospreay. You sign Mercedes. You're still at 800K. You haven't grown your audience. You haven't been able to get transplants over that want to root for Sasha Banks / Mercedes Moné again because they became a wrestling fan because of her. Nobody's doing that.
So this is not to cut in, but like this is what I said previous weeks, whether it be on the show or the other show that we still cannot mention. But I said that you're not adding views with these people.
You're not.
You're not adding views with Okada. You might add a handful, maybe, but you're not adding anything substantial. You're not adding anything with Ospreay. And you're not adding anything with Mercedes. Mercedes, you can make the argument, however, is bigger than both of them, at least in the States, because people know her from WWE. The problem being is people stopped giving a shit.
She's been out of the game for 2 years.
She's been
That
out
is
of the States
that is
for
a
2
death
years.
sentence at certain
Exactly.
points.
Exactly. So some people might be like, huh, and they might watch, but clearly, as we have seen, that's not the case. If they are dropping 1,000 views week over week with Mercedes on their TV now, and on top of that, to go back to Okada for a second, unless you know the guy, that's not adding views, and it's the same with Ospreay.
If they went to 850 this week, if they went to 875, they went to 900, I would have come onto this program and I would have said, Mercedes is a draw. This segment would probably be a lot different than what it is.
Oh, yeah.
But the ratings didn't go down. The ratings went down. They went down 1,000, which means that nothing changed. They haven't added anything because everybody who likes the guys that they have signed are already watching your fucking program.
Exactly.
You are not growing your audience. I know that you don't want to be you don't want to accept the casuals in the door. But you know what? My phone goes off constantly this time of year with people that have finally checked back in and want to talk about WrestleMania. It happens every single year. It's been going on for most of my adult life. I have to keep these people updated. I have to kind of go over things. They have questions, and I answer them. But you have trained your audience, and you have trained your talent to not cater to these people. And that's where you're making a mistake. Because this is why you're stuck in the mud. This is why you do the same numbers every time. This is why your pay-per-views are the way they are. You only get past a certain buy rate.
Yep.
And I'm just tired. I'm tired of waking up and looking at group chats and they're talking about how great Mercedes is again and how this is going to work when I know the truth.
I mean, anybody with half a brain should know the truth. She walked out of WWE at least twice that we know about. She is known to be difficult to work with. Like, be realistic. Just even for 5 seconds.
She's difficult to work with, and she has a boss that's a pussy that'll pretty much bend over to what she wants to do.
Yeah. Good segue. Yeah.
And she's going to get paid a shit ton of money to do
it. Yeah. And, at the end of the day, I didn't touch on him, but it's a great kind of segue into talking about him and Adam Copeland. Like, the dude went there. He didn't increase your market value very much. Granted, yeah, this was after you lost CM Punk, so maybe there's a portion, that is attributed to that. But at the end of the day, like, if you're not going to add views with a guy who is known to add them in WWE, and you stick him with his friend who, if those that know their wrestling history, there is a history of their storyline-wise that can be visited. And they've done that. And what has that done?
Nothing.
Dick. Yeah, he won the TNT title. Does anybody care? No.
No.
Is anybody talking about it? No.
No.
So what are you doing? Your whole point of running this business should be to increase your viewership to then therefore increase your revenue. You're not doing that.
No.
And he's sitting there saying, like, oh, well, we want to be the destination for wrestlers. It's like, the only reason you're a destination is because you're willing to pay them whatever the fuck they want. That doesn't help your business grow, especially when you're not increasing the views.
Again, the advertising revenue for Warner Brothers Discovery last year is down 20%. So they're already having a hard time with ad revenue the way it is. And I wouldn't say that AEW is advertiser friendly. I wouldn't. You go back to the Domino's Pizza incident. You go back to other instances where it's not like WWE. They're a product where they're going to be in good hands because they do the proper thing. AEW does not.
I mean, listen, as much as we shit on the PG era, there's a lot of marketing that goes into that.
Without question. The reason the PG era happened anyways was because of the fact it was around 2008. It was in response to what happened a year earlier.
Yeah.
Which we won't get into.
No.
It was in 2007. That's all we need to talk about, folks. Okay. So they did that in response because they needed to change their public perception and public relations to keep the company in business, and not only the company but also professional wrestling in general, because they were under the microscope like nobody's fucking business.
Yeah. Especially after that,
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But I mean, at the end of the day, like this whole thing with Mercedes and AEW and this revolution and it's not
so
an
delusional.
Evolution, it's a revolution, like all this shit. I'm just like, okay, we'll see.
So delusional. It's the key word.
I don't want to say it that way because let's be real. Like, obviously, it's a shoot or a work, whichever you want to qualify it as. But it's not real. And at the end of the day, those people that think it is, with what she's saying, I'm just gonna say I'm sorry. Like, right. It's not. And when it comes down to just, is she a game changer? Is she not a game changer? Is she worth it? Is she worth that money? And like every other question that you can possibly think of, I'll answer it for you. The answer is no.
No.
Like, she's not adding anything of value. It's another person on TV. That's it.
Until the next game changer comes along, and then she's off TV, and then she's bitching and complaining that she's not on TV every week. She's not doing this, she's not doing that. And then she finally says, fuck it, I'm going back to WWE, blah, 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 blah. This is exactly the playbook that's going to happen.
Yeah.
She is not someone that likes to sit idly by and wait as other people get promoted instead of her. That was the exact reason she left WWE.
Well, it played a role, I would say. I wouldn't say it's
it did.
The exact reason. But
And
it
just, she didn't want to fucking, she didn't like Vince, I'm sure, which, look, I don't disagree, especially knowing what we know now,
Redacted. But, yeah.
Exactly. But, then you should have went back when Triple H took over the book. Like, immediately.
That's what I'd
you
say.
should have went, you should have just went back and tried to figure it out. Instead, you couldn't. You didn't. You didn't do that. And then you go to New Japan. You get exposed. I told everybody a year ago, I said, you're starting to see it now. Then she got hurt. But the people were already starting to see, before that, they're like, oh boy. They're just reading it. It's not the same. She's not the same.
No. It's so, and I think I said it during that same time period. Like, she needs a writer.
She does, and they brought in one.
Yeah,
and it still sucks.
Yeah, it's a revolution. No, it's not. Like, shut up.
Same exact promo 2 weeks in a row, and people are already starting to get sick of it. You see it in the comment section on like, they're just like, I'm over this already. It's been 2 weeks.
I mean, listen, I was done even before she came out, so it doesn't really matter to me.
CEO. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and it's crazy to me that that's actually a thing. But, you know. I don't know what else we could say about the situation, honestly. It's one
I think
of those
we've exhausted all resources.
It's not even that. It's not even that. It's just like, like, they're going to do their thing, and we'll have to see a week over week more than a 2 week sample. But I mean, it's one of those very odd scenarios that you're like, what are you doing?
Right.
Like, I get it. She's a big name, or at least was 2 years ago, but now I would argue that she's not.
Right.
We've never really booked a strong women's division. What are you doing? And how long is this going to last? And even if it does last, like you said, like, who's the next big signing that they maybe pull, whether it be from WWE, whether it be from TNA, whether it be anywhere, that they then shift the focus there and just put her on the back burner. And then at that point, if you're doing that, why are you paying her this much money?
Right.
And that's, I don't even know what else to say. I'm just shocked that she got signed for as much money as she did, and that she's not immediately going for, the women's title, which I'm glad she's not, don't get me wrong. But it's just a very weird situation that...
You are sacrificing Julia Hart, though, which I'm pissed off about. They also were going to sacrifice Toni Storm, but then Toni Storm got pinned last night by Thunder Rosa, which I'm just sitting there and I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? Like,
yeah, I mean, it makes sense on paper, just the fact that she used to be a former women's champion, but...
And she never really lost the title.
That's true, too. So, I don't know. It's just... The way they do things is just weird. But, maybe more bros and more dry pasta and all that stuff will work out in the end. We'll have to see. But, you get any other closing thoughts, my guy?
No, other than... new Ghostbusters this weekend, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, that definitely comes out. I think it technically came out tonight.
Tonight, yes.
When we're recording this on Thursday,
yes.
but we're Friday now at this point. But yeah, I think it already came out. So yeah, if Ghostbusters is your jam, definitely check out the new movie Frozen Empire. Pass money. Anyways, any other closing statements?
No, I'm good, brother.
All right, man. You want to give out your plugs one more time?
Yes. be sure to check out the Pro Wrestling World Talks podcast tomorrow on Spotify and Apple. It's a conversation with me and John that kind of takes us in a bunch of different directions. We talk about the road to WrestleMania. We talk about Major League Baseball and the Fanatics bullshit with their jerseys. And we talk about, it fucking annoys me so much. And then we close everything out. We talk about some stuff that is also going on in AEW as well. So it is a fun little episode to kind of. It's nice to kind of have the talking episodes instead of doing interviews.
That's true.
So
yeah. All right. So for Dan, my name is Mac. You can catch us on Diamond Podcasting Productions on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. On Instagram, we're also on Facebook. Same thing with The Shoot. We are at The Shoot Show 1 on Instagram and X, and that's also the email address at gmail.com, and also on Facebook, so you can catch us at any of those places, as well as our own personal medias, which we also tag every time we have a new episode, and anytime we post anything to social media, so you can find us on our personals as well. Reach out, let us know what you think, let us know how you feel about Mercedes Moné or WrestleManias and where they rank, as well as the current road to WrestleMania and how that's going. But again, my name is Mac. I'm with Dan. Hope you guys had a great time watching, listening. Don't forget to like, favorite, subscribe, share, do all the things, help us out. And have a great night, day, morning, whatever it is when you're watching this.
Tell your friends.
Tell your friends!